guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Lawmakers on both sides of the aisle now appear to favor a compromise long-term government funding bill. Republican Minority Leader Mitch McConnell says the $1.7 trillion measure will help primarily with national defense and foreign affairs.
Admittedly, I'm pretty proud of the fact that with a Democratic president, a Democratic House, and a Democratic Senate, we were able to achieve, through this omnibus spending bill, essentially all of our priorities.
Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer said the omnibus measure will give troops a raise and defend democracy at home and abroad. The more than 4,000-page bill will require a vote before Friday to avert a government shutdown. Democrats leading the House Ways and Means Committee approving the release of former President Trump's tax returns to the House of Representatives. The move will clear the way for the materials to be made public, although there's still no word on when that will be. Personal info will be redacted from those documents. A major snowstorm and Arctic freeze set to hit parts of the Midwest this week as millions of Americans prepare for holiday travel. AAA reports over 112 million people are expected to travel more than 50 miles from home during the period from Friday through January 2nd. Airlines now issuing travel waivers.
I got a text, we're flying American, and they sent me a text or give me $300 to change my flight.
The winter weather conditions will start tomorrow and will strengthen throughout the week. 2 people have died as the result of a large earthquake that shook portions of Northern California early today. Thousands of people in Humboldt County, California, still without power. In New York City,
2 individuals, so we want to find out right away was there some type of crime involved.
Mayor Eric Adams learned there was no crime uncovered after 2 deaths were reported on a Manhattan subway that he also happened to be on. This is USA News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So, while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Elon Musk is announcing he'll resign as CEO of Twitter. On Tuesday, Musk tweeted that he will step down when he finds someone, quote, foolish enough to take over. He said once he steps down as CEO, he will continue to run the software and server teams. Wells Fargo is agreeing to pay $3.7 billion to settle federal financial violations.
The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau says the bank's illegal conduct caused financial harm to customers and led to the loss of homes and vehicles. The CFPB ordered Wells Fargo to refund more than $2 billion to affected customers and pay a $1.7 billion civil penalty. For its part, Wells Fargo said the settlement provides clarity and a path forward on termination of the 2018 CFPB consent order. I'm Tyler Kuehl.
With less people looking for jobs, wage expectations are at a record high. A survey by the New York Federal Reserve shows the lowest wage Americans are willing to accept for a new job jumped to more than $76,600 in November. That's the highest reading ever, and it's an increase of nearly $800 from July. The New York Fed releases the data every 4 months as part of its survey of consumer expectations. Sunday's thrilling World Cup final is setting viewership records for Fox. Nearly 17 million people watched as Leo Messi and Argentina defeated France to win the tournament. That beat out the 1994 finals total of 14.5 million. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-296-1251. 800-296-1251. That's 800-296-1251. Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Alrighty then, looks like it's that time once again. Are you ready to roll? All right, ready or not, here we go. Close up at the midnight hour. Make our way into midweek hump day. That's right. 21st day of December. Yeah, almost Christmas. Counting down, Christmas weekend on the horizon. We can see it from here. Yeah, it looks like fall will officially end today. First day of winter. Now, they call it the winter solstice. Check the calendar here, check the clock. 4:48 Eastern Time this afternoon. Winter officially begins. So I guess technically speaking, Wednesday night into Thursday morning would be, in the northern hemisphere, what do they call it? Longest night of the year. The most hours of darkness, least hours of sunshine. And at that point, that's where things begin to turn around. Each day will begin to gradually get a little bit longer. When you get more sunshine earlier in the day, later in the afternoon, with each progressing day all the way up till June, when the summer solstice rolls around. But during those months, between the winter and the summer solstice, my, it's old man winter time. All right, so we've been talking about it for a week now, and it's finally about to really begin to unfold here on Wednesday and right on into Christmas Eve, and that is our, another monster winter storm, which will be followed by just an incredibly cold air mass. The Siberian Express is coming our way for essentially the eastern two-thirds of the country. Looking at the current radar scene, there's not a lot to speak of out there tonight. Some snow falling in parts of central and eastern Montana. A little bit of snow over into central portions of North Dakota. Beginning to see a few snow showers, very few and far between, but down into parts of Colorado, western Nebraska. Yeah, that scene, the radar scene, is going to be filling in as we progress into midweek. Storm begins to strengthen, and it will emerge from the Rockies later today and on into Wednesday night. So the snow first begins across the Dakotas, Minnesota, and Nebraska before beginning to spread on to the south and east. Accumulating snow maybe as far south as Colorado and Kansas before the sun comes up on Thursday morning. Not this morning, but Thursday morning. Now, already well ahead of the storm's arrival. Well, look at the winter weather advisories, the watches, the warnings, dozens of states from the plains to the Midwest, Kansas City, St. Louis, up in Chicago, Minneapolis. I mean, this map is crazy with all the different colors, from winter storm warnings already in parts of Montana, Wyoming, Utah, Colorado, wind chill watches, all the way down into the southernmost reaches of Texas, believe it or not. Yeah, all the way down to like Brownsville. Hard freeze watches in place all the way to the Gulf Coast of eastern Texas, Louisiana. It's, then you've got we've got some blizzard warnings in place for southern portions of Minnesota, winter storm warnings for eastern portions of Nebraska, much of Iowa, on up into western Wisconsin. Those winter storm watches that extend all the way over into western Ohio, much of Michigan, and we'll probably see additional watches and advisories filling in over the next 24 hours as this storm really begins to blossom. So once the snow gets underway, continues to translate from the plains all the way into the Great Lakes and the Ohio Valley into Thursday. Now, it's really just to the north and west of the track of the storm where we could see 6 to 12 inches of snow stretching from northeastern Kansas on up into Michigan. Higher snow amounts with the potential for some locales to see 48 inches, 4 feet. That would be downwind of the Great Lakes. Snow's going to pile up on some of our major highways, Interstates 55, I-70, 80, and 90. Any areas that are untreated, from the highways to the sidewalks, will turn icy very quickly. The quick intensification of this storm as it heads toward the center of the country this week, it's going to bring some very noteworthy impacts, even away from where the snow is falling. Bombogenesis, there's that big meteorological word. The bomb cyclone, as they like to call it, when a storm's low pressure undergoes rapid strengthening, which allows the barometric pressure of the storm to fall at least 0.71 of an inch, or 24 millibars in 24 hours. As that pressure drops, winds rush in and swirl at high speeds around the center of the storm. Thus, the strong winds are going to be on the backside of this storm. Gust in excess of 40 miles per hour for the northern plains, all the way to the Texas Gulf Coast. Pockets of even stronger winds. We're talking 70, 80 miles per hour. Possible from northern Texas all the way into the Great Lakes by the end of this week. The result will be nothing short of blizzard conditions in many Midwestern states, including Illinois, Indiana, Michigan, Wisconsin, Iowa, Kansas, Nebraska, Missouri. Now, we know the official definition of a blizzard, but even after the worst of the precipitation and the wind dies down, the storm's impacts are going to linger with the frigid air and gusty winds continuing, the blowing and drifting of snow, and hard-packed snow and ice on the roads will make for hazardous or horrendous travel conditions right into Christmas Eve and perhaps Christmas Day across much of the Midwest. High winds, temperatures plummeting first into the 20s, the teens, then the single digits during this storm could result in life-threatening conditions for motorists that get stranded out there. Now, if areas in the south, the worst of the storm's wintry precipitation, need to still brace for the icy conditions. You're going to see rain for the most part, and then what they call a flash freeze. Precip in cities like Little Rock, Arkansas, Nashville, and Atlanta, again, starts off as rain, but then a sudden extreme drop in temperatures will still lead to icy conditions. Now, they always tell us, watch those bridges and overpasses first, because that's where the accidents will begin before the main roadways begin to drop below the freezing mark. A rapid freeze, they explain, can make travel difficult, very dangerous across a large stretch of I-40, possibly even as far south as I-20 in the south central and southeastern USA. You may see a small amount of snow or sleet that would briefly melt and then freeze on the roads as that Arctic air sweeps in from Wednesday night into Friday. Patchy snow, a little bit of ice may develop across a large area, covering portions of Oklahoma, Arkansas, Tennessee, and Kentucky. This wintry weather will extend into the northern portions of Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia, as well as western portions of North Carolina and Virginia. Obviously, forecasters everywhere have been monitoring, closely tracking with each model run that comes in, trying to determine where's that dividing line, where are we going to see the heaviest snow or areas which, here in southwest Ohio, outside the secret bunker, we're more inclined, they say, to see rain on Thursday before that Arctic air comes sweeping in. They're talking upper 40s for high temperatures there on Thursday, but then the bottom falls out literally to 0, maybe 3 below 0 in southwest Ohio. So with mostly rain before the transition, they're talking lighter amounts. So maybe 1 to 3 inches of snowfall. Of course, that could all change depending on the exact track of this storm. Now, areas through Illinois, much of Indiana, the accumulation numbers get higher and higher. The further north you go, areas of Iowa, Minnesota, Wisconsin, those areas in the zone where very well could see a foot of snow or more. And then, of course, bracing for the cold, old St. Nick. By the time Christmas rolls around, Santa Claus may not be able to tell the difference. Am I in the lower 48 or am I still at the North Pole? Because the temperatures are going to be more inclined to feel like North Pole temperatures as we head into Christmas weekend here. All right, more on our travelers' weather. Airlines are really already, they know what's coming with the sheer number of travelers that have reservations. 7 million people are expected to fly around the country here for Christmas weekend coming up. And already some of the airlines, well in advance of this storm, they're already offering waivers. I'm kind of encouraging people, can you maybe change your travel plans? Yeah, all anticipation is Chicago, one of the major hubs in the country. At some point, we'll probably literally have to shut down operations at the airport there. We'll kind of break down what the anticipation is for the airlines and the air travelers. First of all, pack your patience. And if you get to your airport, you may not be able to get to your destination airport or vice versa, depending on what part of the country you're in. All right, we'll get to industry headlines coming up here. Get the latest number, prices at the pump, as the trend continues downward. According to ProMiles, we actually now have the national average for diesel fuel below the $5 per gallon mark. It's been quite some time since we've seen the national average below $5. All the numbers coming up here. And we'll get to some of our listening friends checking in. Who's on board as we roll into, hey, Mike Hump Day. Our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, let me get you an update here, a traffic note along Interstate 75 in the state of Ohio. It's about the 30-mile marker. During the afternoon rush, a little before 5 o'clock this past afternoon, hell of a crash. At least one fatality. That number could go higher as the driver of an 18-reeler that was involved in that crash indeed was hospitalized with life-threatening injuries. Haven't had an update on that, but the interstate was shut down for hours and hours. I did check OGO. Looks like 75 is reopened finally here a couple hours ago, but with the backups, travel, about 90 minutes ago, they said big time slowdown. Speed was down to like 7 miles per hour through that stretch. It was up to about 21 miles per hour, so it's a dangerous slowdown as things try to get ferreted out there. Here's what we know. Again, one fatality confirmed, a 58-year-old Middletown woman and an out-of-state semi-truck driver with life-threatening injuries, according to the State Patrol. This was just south of Ohio 122. For hours, all north and southbound lanes were closed. The northbound lanes, they say, were still closed at 11 p.m., so just over an hour ago. All right, it all began a little before 5 o'clock this past afternoon. 8 vehicles involved, which were all traveling north on I-75. State Patrol has only released a partial crash narrative at this point. At some point, a 2016 Volvo commercial semi-truck overturned on top of the median barrier, the concrete barrier separating the north and southbound lanes. The semi-driver, a 53-year-old Mohammed Abdi of Minneapolis, hospitalized with life-threatening injuries. At some point, 6 vehicles became disabled in the roadway as a result of that crash. Those vehicles and their occupants and numerous injuries. At some point, a 2022 Mercedes driven by a 50-year-old of Centerville came to a stop off the right side of the roadway in the northbound lanes, transported to a hospital with minor injuries. I won't give you the full breakdown, but they do have the names of all those that were injured. The first, of course, turning out to be the fatality, transported to Atrium Medical Center, a 60-year-old with serious injuries. Let's see, several other injuries involved there, but I believe none of those are listed as life-threatening. So what a mess along 75 this past day. Again, I believe even northbound, according to OGO, is open again, but still slow travel through that region. So the airlines bracing for what a mess with this big storm, already issuing travel waivers for the storm that's forecast to rock cities like Chicago, which is a key air travel hub. Chicago going to get hit pretty darn hard, according to the Weather Channel. United Airlines, which is headquartered there in the Windy City, is offering inclement weather waivers to travelers in the Midwest, Texas, and along the East Coast. Flight change fees are going to be waived, as well as fare increases for customers who change flights due to this forecast within a specific rebooking window. JetBlue, American, Delta, Southwest, Alaska Airlines, all offering waivers for a number of specific flight paths and dates with this impending storm. Storm which has the potential to become a bomb cyclone. Rapid strengthening over the Midwest, bringing blizzard conditions to areas near the Great Lakes. Of course, the extreme cold, dangerous wind chills. Heavy snow reaching the ground in much of the Midwest, as far south as maybe Jackson, Mississippi, beginning Thursday evening and right through the holiday weekend. East Coast expected to see high winds and cold air reaching as far south as the normally warmer states of Texas and Florida. Forecasters believe this storm will reach its peak intensity late this week, sending that heavy snow into parts of Wisconsin, Illinois, Michigan, Indiana, parts of Ohio as well, with the temperatures plunging below zero Friday morning across the northern plains, the Intermountain West. This cold is going to stick around right into the week between Christmas and the New Year. Yeah, this mercury drop has the potential to create the coldest Christmas day in nearly 40 years for millions across the country. Yeah, temps could fall so low in some areas you could get frostbite on exposed skin in as little as 5 minutes. We were breaking down some of those numbers last evening. Yeah, you combine the actual air temperature, and they're talking maybe 40, potentially 50 below actual air temperature, not wind chill, in parts of Montana and North Dakota. I was checking the maps here just about an hour ago. Currently, there are already some actual 20 below air temperatures. They're in portions of northern Montana. Bitter cold. And that's just going to sweep across the country. Hello to the Dipsy driver. Good morning, Steve, and the best informed audience out there. It's cloudy. We're holding on at 27 degrees here in mid-Michigan. Local forecasters say rain Thursday, changes to snow. We're in line for maybe 6 to 10 inches. They're talking 12 to 14 inches a little further north of us. Only 9 hours and 4 minutes of daylight for us today. Of course, then at least it starts to get better a little bit at a time, right? Speaking of hump day, what do you call a humpless camel? Hump-free. Anyway, really appreciate the show and all the weather reports you provide for us, Steve. Thank you so much, Dipsy driver. Who we got? Good morning, Your Honor. Checking in from Lima, Ohio, headed back south. We're at 28 degrees, a beautiful, clear night as we head down to Dry Ridge and then back to Michigan. All right, I believe that's Buck checking in via the email. We'll get a news break, get to your calls ahead at 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Top Republicans and Democrats in D.C. have reportedly reached agreement on a massive $1.7 trillion omnibus spending bill to keep the government funded through next year. Democratic Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer.
I'm hopeful no senator will stand in the way of finishing our work before Friday. It's too important to the American people, so we'd like to finish this as soon as possible. But we must finish it, of course, by Friday when the government funding expires.
Minority Leader Mitch McConnell said it ensures the Department of Defense can deal with threats out of Russia and China, along with providing assistance to Ukraine. At the same time, Congress is proposing legislation to label Russia as an aggressor state. The move comes one day before Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is set to visit Washington, D.C. and address U.S. lawmakers face-to-face. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Paid for by government.com.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 50 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-888-201-7060, and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-888-201-7060. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-888-201-7060 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-888-201-7060.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yes, indeed. Got those phone lines open here on a Wednesday. If you'd like to check in. Let me see here. Philly Dan is on board, as usual. Right out of the box. Good morning, everybody. Stay safe. Keep on humping. Good afternoon. Hammer down 25 in Coxsackie, New York. 87 northbound. All right, safe travels out there, Larry. Hello, Pappy. 26 in Harrison, Ohio. Burr. Let's go. Let it roll. It's Mike. Hammer down, be safe. All right. Rock Pick checks in. Morning, Steve. Truck drivers, third shift workers, and those wise old night owls. I'm awake at the computer in Rochester, New York. 24, partly cloudy. Feels like 18 right now. Hey, truck drivers. Thanks for delivering Christmas. And hey, overnight drivers, have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. I'm saying it now on a night where I'm at the keyboard. Love the show. Ready to rumble. Ho, ho, ho. All right. Rock Pick. Good to have you with us. Merry Christmas back at you. Randolph. Morning, Mr. Summers. I'm in Baxter, Tennessee. Love's Travel Center. Here's the fuel. All right. What happened to the opening song? All right. I need to read some of these before I get on. That's a long story, but can't give you the rundown. I'll leave it at that. Alan, love the show. Haven't heard from Moose in a while. We're waiting for the big blizzard coming in lower Michigan. Friday looks to be the day. Let's see. Robert, good morning. Merry Christmas, Steve. Let's see. Regular gas there in Baxter, $2.49. Diesel at $3.74. Prices continue to fall. Yeah, ProMile says the national average was down 17 cents per gallon over the past week. There's Truck and Troy. Morning, 24 degrees here in Homer, Michigan. Yeah, just kicking back, listening in. What's going on? All right. Happy hump day to those who started their work week on Monday. There's Eskimo Mom, still recovering at home, hopefully on the mend. If you weren't with us last evening, she had a week's vacation, staycation, and she got the bug, the COVID. So recovering from COVID. I'm not looking forward to Thursday night, Friday morning, but that's the price we pay for what we do. Either way, 26 outside the home, 20 right now. Be safe, as more will be trying to make it home for Christmas. Hello to Cliff, 5-7 copy in the mail. There's Rambler, morning or good evening. wherever you might be. Brother Rambler checking in with you from the Big Easy tonight, where we're at 52 degrees. Kind of windy already. We just rebid our new routes, and I'm excited to say, as of January 21, I'll no longer be coming to New Orleans any longer. I took a route that'll keep me in the state of Alabama. I'll call in later, maybe give you more details, but until then, all of God's children, stay safe out there, and know that old Brother Rambler loves y'all. All right, John Ferguson, wore out tonight. Stopping to say hello. Stay safe out there, drivers. Hello to Gilligan. Got a clear, cool night at the Speedway, Martinsville, Virginia, with 30 degrees. Everybody keep it shiny side up. Heat wave, there you go. Well, hell, couldn't go out tonight. Nope, not with Montezuma's revenge. It's the family, runs in our genes. So going to be staying home. I'll try to head out Thursday night, Friday morning. We're clear and 35 degrees at the Hacienda in New Mexico. So good night. Stay safe out there for all the drivers. All right. Hello to the Michigan Madman. All right. We'll get some of the others coming up. ProMiles got the latest numbers. National diesel average price now at $4.85 per gallon. Price decreases ranged from 13 cents per gallon in the lower Atlantic region to a 21 cent per gallon drop in the Rocky Mountain region. Midwest was down by 21 cents. New England, the Central Atlantic, dropped more than 18 cents each. Even the West Coast saw a decline of 17 cents. With a price per gallon of $4.24, the Gulf Coast region is now the lowest average of any region in the country. So national average $4.85 per gallon. Again, that's set down 17 cents, nearly 18 cents from a week ago. Hey, California, of course, you dropped finally below $6 per gallon a couple weeks ago. California is at $5.68 per gallon, but that was another 17-cent drop there. All right, at least last weekend was Wreaths Across America weekend. Aren't you glad you had the weather we had last weekend versus the weather that you could have seen this weekend? It was pretty nice for most of the country. Nearly 30,000 volunteers descended on Arlington National Cemetery to lay out about 257,000 wreaths on veterans' headstones, the annual project led by the nonprofit Wreaths Across America. Similar events took place at 3,701 other locations all over the country, drawing more than 2 million volunteers. About a third of those children, according to Wreaths Across America. When each wreath is placed at the service member's name is said out loud. The idea is to ensure that their memory lives on. Started this out in 1992, a way for the Maine-based wreath company to usefully get rid of what was then a surplus of wreaths. They kept it up for a tradition for a number of years, till 2005, when a photo showing rows of wreath-covered headstones in the snow kind of caught some national attention and drew thousands of volunteers. Since then, of course, it has grown and grown well beyond Arlington. And according to the website, the trucking company Swift Transportation delivered wreaths from Maine to cemeteries in Missouri in a truck wrapped in the POW MIA design. But Arlington alone, where the tradition was born, drew more than 28,000 volunteers on Saturday. More than 200 volunteers came from the Virginia power company, Dominion Energy, who described the event as an intense 2 hours and said the total number of volunteers was as high as maybe 60,000. Now, one former One American News Network journalist caught some traction on Twitter with a photo of her posing with Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas, who she said quietly lays wreaths with all the other volunteers, and apparently he participates like this every year. She also highlighted the headstones of 3 service members who were among 13 killed in a suicide bombing during the Afghanistan withdrawal. She said, the families told me they did the wreaths themselves. Tyler Laverick, a Navy Reserve Lieutenant Commander, was interviewed by Stars and Stripes, and his wife brought their 4 children along there to Arlington. It's important for our kids to be out here and see what this means, and that is so true. A tweet by Wreaths Across America. 8 children were pictured holding wreaths under the caption, "Tell me and I forget. Teach me and I may remember. Involve me and I learn." So true. All right, it's 844-3388. See what's going on. I think Gilligan on board out of the box there. What's happening, Gilligan?
Oh, not much. Just drive down 220, 8 freezing cups.
There you go.
Come through Martinsville there a little while ago. I tell you what, they're spraying that beet juice on the roads, so they're expecting some frozen precipitation soon. That's for sure. Yeah, according to our weather forecast, we're not supposed to get much more than rain up home, but possibly winter events. But, well, they go back and forth with us, so who knows. This time of year, we could get all ice, we could get a whole bunch of snow, we could just get rain. You just never know, do you, Steve?
Right. Yes, sir. So are you going to get some time off? You going to get some time off between Christmas and New Year, or just a couple days, or you're going to be out there working?
Well, I get Friday and Monday off. Friday this week, Monday of next week. Then I get the day after New Year's the following Monday. So I get 3 paid holidays out of it. So
gotcha.
Not too bad. I didn't take any vacation. I don't have the seniority here to get vacation around this time. I'm too far down the totem pole. You know. So yeah, I got to respond to Horse Feathers has come back on me about this tree across the road. See, Horse Feathers gives all this information about people from West Virginia, from the Beverly Hillbillies and stuff like that. He don't even know where the Beverly Hillbillies is from. He was in the show from Tennessee and the movie from Arkansas. They're not even West Virginians. See, he's been up there around Baltimore so very long. He's got, they rode up in upstate New York from them. He just don't really have time to educate himself here in West Virginians. We're a lot smarter than what he thinks we are. You cut that tree, that power line comes down, power company's going to find out about it, and you're going to be, you wish you had it. But it's out of the road now, so you can get around it, but it's going down. So that's taken care of. You know, I tell you, I don't know about Horse Feathers sometimes. He kind of gets out there, kind of like Brain Dad does.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know what Brain Dad come up with that bit of the Senate squash fellas being those sense. Yeah, well, they're talking squash medals. They come up with from Dingbat. She's the head of our research and development. What we're doing is, Steve, with your permission, is making one of you, and when you squeeze it, it says, "Good morning, listeners. Welcome to the Overnight Drive." But I got one of me, and that one says, "Have I got a deal for you?"
Oh, boy.
But Black Man, he got one of him, and it says, "I don't see a thing wrong with it." You know, we're going to expand, but theirs is our 3 test models. And just remember, for an incredible low price of $19.95, you can get one. But for 2, You can get that for $49.95. That's an over $10 value. Just remember, here at GMA&D Enterprises, our motto brought to you from my late great father, the West Virginia Werewolf. We'll treat you right. All right, Steve, I'll be...
Have a good morning, Gilligan. All right, hello, Michigan Mad. Did we catch him earlier? I don't know, maybe a back-to-back shout-out. Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, Georgia. 41 degrees. We're getting prepared for the extreme cold. I already treated my fuel in my straight truck, and I'll give my F-250 a dose of the Hot Shot Secret Winter Anti-Gel, along with some FR3. Probably going to let my APU run on my straight truck to keep the fluids up to temperature. Mom ended up getting her power back on with a little help from her local electric provider, which showed up with the crew without being called because they said they saw there was a problem at the meter on the house from that official. Talk about Big Brother watching. But I'm glad they did. It turned out to be a problem at the junction box at the street, since all the lines in her subdivision are underground, and we couldn't have fixed it anyway. So, very interesting. Hey, we got great news from our attorneys today. Our case for grandparents' visitation, which is a Georgia statute. It was argued by our attorneys and my granddaughter's father's and his current wife's attorney in front of the Georgia Supreme Court back in October. Well, we won, and we will get to continue our visitation as granted per the lower court's ruling. God has heard ours and our family and friends' prayers. This will be a special Christmas. Now, I know this is rather long as far as a post, but there are lots of drivers and listeners to the show who are grandparents, and for one reason or another, out of their control, have been denied visitation of their grandchildren. If their state does not have grandparent visitation rights, call your state lawmakers to get one on the books. All right, so good news there. Thank you much, Buckeye Boy. Have a great night, everyone. Be careful out there. All right, wind. Roy is on board. Steve, the wind gonna be a big problem. Talking 50-mile-per-hour winds, blizzard conditions in northwest Illinois. Yes, indeed. It's going to be a whole lot of the country. And this is going to envelop multiple states. I mean, I know our local forecast showing for, I believe it is Thursday, it was 40 to 50-mile-an-hour winds. Friday, they're saying maybe 50 to 60 mile-per-hour winds. All right. Hey, good morning, Steve and the overnight crew. Mike is on board. Mike from Beaver Creek checks in. There's Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Good morning, Steve. 11 degrees in Macon, Missouri. 36 more hours, and I'll be done for the year. It has been a good year. We're headed to Topsail Beach, North Carolina for the holidays. Looks like it's going to be cold all week down there. But a special Merry Christmas shout-out to you, Steve, your family, the Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger, and all the Overnight Drive Nation as we celebrate the birth of our Savior. All right, there you go. Hello to Cheryl, who says Merry Christmas. Happy 2023. There's Hillbilly Checks. Tex says Hillbilly Tex is still kicking, barely. He's been fighting the flu this week. Hope you're feeling better there, Tex. At least you're still kicking, right? Let's see. Good morning, Steve. All my trucking family. We've got a balmy minus 16 here in north central Montana at this hour. Kind of snowing again. Merry Christmas to all. That's Kangaroo. It was good to hear from you last night, Kangaroo, out there checking the tracks once again, I suppose, tonight in those sub-zero temperatures. Our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right. Hello to Deborah. Checking in via Facebook. Morning, Steve. All the third shift workers. It's a chilly 26 here in central Indiana. And we're talking up to maybe 41 later today. Hope everybody stays safe out there driving, especially my special driver, the Woodpecker. Have a wonderful Wednesday. All right. Yeah, it's that time of year, right? Do you say Merry Christmas or Happy Holidays? Racing fans, a.k.a. NASCAR, many kind of outraged this past weekend after NASCAR posted a Happy Holidays tweet. To all those celebrating this month, we wish you a safe and joyous holiday season. Yeah, the Sports Corporation tweeting, Happy Holidays from NASCAR, according to some of the news reports. Shortly after NASCAR, it's a seemingly innocuous tweet. As soon as they posted it, they started getting a flood of criticism from racing enthusiasts. One sarcastic response says, I think you meant to say Merry Christmas, with Christ. The Christ in Christmas in bold print. Another Twitter user says, it's Merry Christmas. Sincerely, a Muslim. Yeah, Merry Christmas to all my NASCAR libs who manage this account, said another Twitter user. All been out of shape, yes. Merry Christmas, though, right? Yeah, it's 844-844-3388. See, Eagles on board. We'll get to him coming up out of the top of the hour news break, which is just ahead. I'm sure he's going to talk about our southern border. Recall the Supreme Court was talking about extending the Title 42 limitations for asylum seekers. They had given the administration till 5 o'clock this past day to respond. What's the government have to say? I think Eagle kind of called it last night when he said they want the border to be open. The official response from the administration in their filing yesterday, a day after Justice Roberts issued that temporary order to keep the pandemic limits in place. They said they'd like to maybe keep it in place till maybe just after Christmas, but wait, we want to eliminate Title 42. They said migrants have been denied rights to seek asylum under U.S. and international law 2.5 million times since March of 2020. Of course, Title 42 is on the grounds of preventing the spread of COVID-19. A bit more on what they had to say coming up here. But again, looking at the clock, we got to get our news break as we close out hour number one already. Our number, 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Elon Musk announcing he will resign as CEO of Twitter. On Tuesday, Musk tweeted that he'll step down when he finds someone, quote, foolish enough to take over. He said once he steps down as CEO, he'll continue to run the software and servers teams. The nation prepares for winter storms and a deep freeze, with heavy snow and then sub-zero temps and wind chills expected in northern and Great Lakes regions late this week, and hard freeze warnings covering southern U.S. states. National Weather Service meteorologist Brandon Hoving is keeping an eye on things in Michigan.
If at all possible, folks should consider wrapping up travel plans by Thursday morning because we are expecting snow to move into the region by Thursday evening, and really Friday is the day.
The severe weather threat also means airlines are issuing travel waivers. At least 2 people are dead, according to the Humboldt County, California Sheriff's Office, after a large earthquake struck early this morning. 11 others reported injured. Humboldt County Sheriff William Hansel.
And so we are concerned about our residents here in the county. And so the first thing we are doing is checking on our residents and making sure that they are okay.
Power is still out to about 70,000 people, and emergency officials say water and gas lines are also a concern. Congressional leaders on both sides of the aisle are happy with the $1.7 trillion funding package that needs to be passed by Friday. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer.
It doesn't include everything we wanted. McConnell blocked a lot of things I cared about. It's a big step. The bill is a big step in the right direction. From start to finish, the omnibus is made by and for the American people.
Republican Minority Leader Mitch McConnell said it ensures the Department of Defense can deal with threats out of Russia and China, along with providing assistance to Ukraine. The White House formally asking the U.S. Supreme Court to deny efforts to keep Title 42 in place. This is USA News.
MyPillow is excited to bring you their biggest bedding sale ever, just in time for Christmas. Get the Giza Dream bed sheets for as low as $29.98. A set of pillowcases only $9.98. Rejuvenate your bed with a MyPillow mattress topper for as low as $99.99. They also have blankets in a variety of sizes, colors, and styles. They even have blankets for your pets. Get duvets, quilts, down comforters, body pillows, bolster pillows, and so much more, all with the biggest discounts ever. They're also extending their money-back guarantee for Christmas until March 1st, 2023, making them the perfect gifts for your friends, your family, and everyone you know. So go to MyPillow.com and use promo code USA or call 800-951-8175 and you'll get huge discounts on all MyPillow bedding products, including the Giza Dream bed sheets for as low as $29.98. And get all your shopping done now while quantities last.
The outgoing governor of Nevada wanted to make an unprecedented move regarding the state's prisoners on death row, but a judge has canceled that plan.
Democrat Steve Sisolak wanted to discuss with the Nevada Pardons Board commuting the sentences of the state's 57 people on death row to life without parole. But a judge blocked the idea from even being raised at Tuesday's Pardons Board meeting because it would not give victims enough notice. Sisolak, who lost his re-election bid, leaves office on January 3rd. In Las Vegas, I'm Richard Johnson.
Indicted FTX founder Sam Bankman-Fried is agreeing to be extradited from the Bahamas to the United States. Paperwork's been filed with the court, with Bankman-Fried set to fly to the U.S. Wednesday. The 30-year-old was indicted last week on more than a half dozen criminal counts, including fraud and conspiracy. With Twitter recently adding new rules on what people can post, Vice President Kamala Harris tells NPR that big tech leaders should help secure our democracy and our nation.
I fully expect and would require that leaders in that sector cooperate and work with us who are concerned about national security.
Amid the new censorship rules, Twitter CEO Elon Musk put out a poll earlier this week asking if he should step down as the boss of the social media giant. Almost 58% of the votes were yes. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Are you being audited or investigated? Has the IRS sent you a letter demanding payment? You may not owe what they claim. Make this free call to the tax doctor now. Let them negotiate with the IRS on your behalf. Call 800-631-9123. 800-631-9123. That's 800-631-9123.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Thank you much. Welcome back. And for those just joining us, welcome aboard. Making our way into a Wednesday, time zone to time zone. Cross over the midnight hour there in the Central Time Zone, 21st day of December. All right, back to the Title 42. The response to the Supreme Court. Again, they gave until 5 o'clock yesterday. The government in no way seeks to minimize the seriousness of that problem. The fact that 2.5 million times people have been denied the right to request asylum. The solution to this problem cannot be to extend indefinitely a public health measure that all now acknowledge has outlived its public health justification. Now, that's what the government said. Funny thing is, that same government has continued the emergency declaration in regards to COVID. I think it's on up until February right now. They just re-upped it here a few weeks ago. So they themselves are contradicting themselves. All right, the federal government also asked that if the court denies the state's efforts to keep Title 42 in place indefinitely, that the court give the government some time to prepare. Specifically, the government asked if the Supreme Court acts before Friday, that it leave the temporary stay in place just until the end of the day on December 27th. If the court denies the application on Friday or later, it wants the court to keep the restrictions in place until the second business day after the court issues an order. Either timeline, they say, if granted, would mean Title 42 will be in place until at least after Christmas, anyway. This, as the suspense continues to mount at the border with Mexico about the future of restrictions on asylum seekers. Of course, numerous conservative states would like to maintain the measure to allow officials to expel many, but not all, asylum seekers. In that last-ditch appeal to the Supreme Court, they argued that an increased number of migrants will take a toll on public services, law enforcement, health care, warning that an unprecedented calamity at the southern border, arguing that the federal government has no plan to deal with the increase. While in Washington, Republicans are set to take control of the House, and they will, they say, make immigration a key issue in the new Congress. We're going to continue to prepare for whatever's coming through, according to the El Paso mayor this past day. They know the influx is pretty much imminent. All right, that brings us to Eagle on board here. What's going on, Eagle?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Go ahead. Yes, sir.
Okay. I'll get to that deal. I'll get to the immigration deal in a few minutes, but I wanted to update you on the weather situation where I'm at it. Where they're not expecting no snow or nothing down in the south where I'm at. I'm headed to Georgia right now. Then I gotta make my way back to Texas before Christmas. So I got a lot of driving to do the next couple of days, trying to get all the way from I'm in Louisiana right now, Louisiana all the way to Georgia, and then Georgia all the way back to Texas. So I'm going to be busy the next couple of nights. It look like a couple of days, I mean. So hopefully the weather will stay good, but it's getting pretty cold down here in Louisiana, for this type of, neck of the woods. It's down in the 30s and 40s here. It's not as bad as what they have it in Nebraska and Chicago and all that, but but it's not, it's cold, but it's supposed to get even colder than that, for Christmas down in Texas, they claim. So we'll see how the electrical grid hold up down in Texas when this cold spell hit, but they're not expecting no ice or nothing, so that's a good thing. And,
Eagle,
in the Dallas area.
Eagle, I'm looking at the advisory from the National Weather Service. They're out of Shreveport, Louisiana, and they're talking hard freeze watch. They're talking temperatures maybe as low as 4 to 12 degrees, wind chills below zero, all the way down into parts of Louisiana here.
Oh yeah. It's definitely gonna be cold outside, but like I say, the main thing is they're not expecting no ice. That's where we had the problems at a couple of years ago, and when the ice storm hit Dallas and everything froze up, them blades on them windmills that these idiots got. So, they forgot about that the blades would freeze up and they wouldn't be able to produce no power. So we're not expecting no ice or nothing down in Texas, but it's definitely going to be cold, but like I say, it's not as bad as what they have. I looking at some of the weather expected for Chicago and in other places, they got it real bad there. So I'm glad I ain't going nowhere near none of those places in the next couple of days. So that's a good deal there. But you know something, Steve, I got some breaking news on the border situation down here in Texas. I was looking at the news on my cell phone while I was on hold with you. Greg Abbott, you probably check on it after I hang up with you. Greg Abbott, he has deployed the Texas state troopers on the border down in El Paso, and he's supposed to be putting up barbed wire fences to try to stop some of these individuals, because I've been waiting for this day for a long time, Steve. This is the D-Day. It's almost 12 o'clock. Wait a minute. Let me see what time it is. Well, it's already D-Day in here because it's 12 o'clock Central Time where I'm at. So it is D-Day for this so-called Title 42 to expire. And like I said before, it doesn't matter, like I told you last night, Steve, it doesn't matter about the Title 42 because Joe Biden wasn't enforcing it anyway. Don't you see what I mean? Was he forcing those people to stay in Mexico waiting for asylum? So Title 42 has been expired, even though the 21st is supposed to be the official day. As far as I'm concerned, it's been expired for 2 years since Biden been in the White House. You see what I mean?
Yes, sir.
You might as well say it's been expired for 2 damn years because he damn sure ain't been enforcing it. So this day is doesn't really mean anything, to be honest with you, when it comes to that deal. But like I said, Steve, to this very day, Joe Biden has not gave a phone call to the governor of Texas offering any type of assistance, any type of a help to get this thing, to slow this program, slow this situation down, and slow some of these people from coming into the USA. Joe Biden we still got the countdown going on, Steve. I still ain't forgot about that. Neither Joe Biden nor Kamala Harris, been over 2 years, neither one of them have stepped foot on the border of the United States of America. But guess who's coming to the White House tomorrow, Steve? The Ukrainian president.
Yes.
And guess what Joe Biden's gonna do for that old guy? He's gonna give him even more money. Instead of putting money into his own damn border here in the USA, he's bringing this loser all the way over here from Ukraine to put more money in his hands. Now, what kind of sense does that make, Steve?
I think they're talking another $40 billion, I think is what they're asking for Ukraine.
That's what I'm saying. That's the biggest embarrassment I've ever seen in my life. How are you going to give a man that much money when we have our borders that are being invaded as we speak right now? That $40 million that Biden is giving to that man, he could put that money on the U.S. border to close this thing down and to stop these people from coming in the USA. But it's like I said, it's obvious that Biden doesn't care about the U.S. border. And, that's a damn shame, Steve, that we have a president who cares about the Ukrainian border more than he cares about his own border. And that's really a sad state of affairs. But yet and still, Steve, guess who these people want to put in jail? Not Joe Biden, Donald Trump. They still talking about January 6th. Donald Trump is the criminal in the deal, not Joe Biden. Joe Biden is good old honest Joe. Joe Biden does nothing wrong, Steve. Joe Biden, Hunter Biden, his family, these people, they look the other way at these individuals. But Donald Trump, they talking about throwing the book at this guy. They bringing up the January 6th deal. And now they talking about they're going to release the man's tax records. I heard that tonight, that they're going to put his tax records out on the for everybody to see. And they throwing the book at Donald Trump, Steve. And Donald Trump, he hasn't done half of the bad things that Joe Biden has done. It's really a sad situation. I never thought America would get to this point, Steve. But getting back to the border though, Greg Abbott, this man has done everything he possibly can. I've told you this before. Greg Abbott is the only line of defense that we have in Texas right now, Steve, to try to stop this inflow of individuals into the country. And he gets no assistance whatsoever from Joe Biden and the U.S. government. And that liar, did you hear what she said today, Steve, this so-called press secretary? She had the nerve to say today that the more people talk about the border, the more people want to come to the United States. Now she's trying to put it off on the people that actually want to slow down the influx of people. She's saying that we need to just keep quiet about it, and maybe those people won't come. She had the nerve to say that at her press conference today, that the people that are trying to that are talking about this border crisis are the ones that are making these people want to come to the USA. I couldn't believe that those words came out, but nothing surprises me comes out of her mouth, Steve, because she's the worst press secretary that the United States has ever had in the history of this country, and it's really a complete embarrassment that they allow her to go up to that microphone day after day and tell lie after lie. And like she said a couple of weeks ago, Steve, her and Kamala, and that's probably one of the biggest lies that's ever been told in American history, when they had the nerve to come up to the podium and say that the U.S. border was secure. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, yeah, I heard that. Yeah, she's actually there at the podium trying to say if we just stop talking about it, like conservatives and Fox News, if you stop talking about it, like the people in Central America, South America, if anywhere in the world, like they don't catch what's going on. Yeah, the word goes back from people that get to the border. Yeah, they're notifying their aunts, their uncles, their parents, their grandparents. Hey, I'm here. I made it in. Yeah, come on in. Come on up. Get here while the getting's good. Now, he mentioned the State Patrol. Yeah, I see, out of El Paso. National Guard members and state troopers formed a line on the banks of the Rio Grande yesterday, blocking dozens of illegals who had already crossed the river, blocking them from surrendering to nearby Border Patrol agents. About 75 men, women, children in a narrow strip of concrete between the river and the Guard members, facing coils of razor wire, with 7 National Guard members holding rifles and 2 state troopers, as a National Guard member holding a bullhorn told them in Spanish that they would not be able to enter the country here, and directed them to a port of entry. Border Patrol agents positioned behind the National Guard and the state troopers, just kind of watching the standoff. A Border Patrol spokesperson on site at the location said Border Patrol agents would not process the migrants there. All right, Title 42, right? The pandemic-era emergency health order that immigration officials have been using to expel migrants. Ports of entry are closed to migrants seeking asylum, they say. Starting Monday night, National Guard and state troopers set up a line of about 1,000 yards of razor wire to kind of block what's become a very popular crossing point between Mexico and that border city. They've positioned Humvees and Texas Department of Public Safety patrol vehicles on the banks of the river, where more than 1,000 migrants crossed in a 4-hour period earlier this month. The state sent more than 400 Texas National Guard personnel to El Paso on Monday, part of the governor's enhanced security effort. Governor Abbott demanding yesterday that the Biden administration immediately deploy federal assets to El Paso and other border cities, because we've got Arctic weather coming in. That is true. Things are going to get ugly down there. It's going to get cold even into southern Texas. The Texas Military Department that oversees the State National Guard and the State Department of Public Safety didn't respond to request for comment from the Texas Tribune. But the Department of Homeland Security did issue a statement yesterday that said over the past week, agents had moved more than 3,400 migrants by expelling them to Mexico under Title 42. So apparently, Eagle, kind of to answer your question, they have been using Title 42 sending them back into Mexico or actually flying some of them back to their home countries. They said agents have also moved 6,000 migrants from the area to other sectors where immigration officials are processing them. All right, let's see. Average daily encounters have dropped from roughly 2,500 a day to roughly 1,500 a day over the last 3 days as we continue to work with partners in Mexico to discourage disorderly migration. All right, so it is 844-844-3388. Back into...
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, how cold's it going to get in Texas? See what I got here. Weather Service office down in Houston. Yeah, right there in the shadow of the Johnson Space Center with our friends at TNCRadio.live. Hard freeze watch in effect from Thursday afternoon through Saturday morning. Which says prolonged sub-freezing temperatures expected. Temperatures will remain below freezing for 36 to 46 hours with overnight lows down to maybe 24 in most locations during that time period. This is, we're talking south central and southeastern Texas, all the way down into the 20s. Frost and freeze conditions will kill crops, other sensitive vegetation, and possibly damage unprotected outdoor plumbing. Yeah, this cold into the deep south. All right, that's back to the calls here. Happy, hey, what day is it?
Hey, morning, Your Honor. I guess we're supposed to start out with, hey, Mike. What day is it? What day is it?
How many times did you say Mike to the call screener?
I don't know, 50, 75, something like that.
Jesus. I look up here and it says Mike, on and on and on. That's funny. He only got 15 seconds. You must have been speaking fast.
Oh, yeah, just like an auctioneer there. So, we went into auctioneer mode to do that for you. But I didn't know how many it would take. I didn't know how many, I didn't know if it would just get tired after a while and quit, or if it would just, take the whole 15 seconds worth. And actually, I quit before the 15 seconds even there, so run out of breath. Imagine that. Horse feathers run out of breath.
That's funny.
But Yeah. So anyways, I try to give you something different to look at when you look at the screen there when you call in there. So anyways, give you some entertainment besides just sitting there and staring at the weather there and trying to figure out what type of progressive. What are you? Something like that. I don't know. You know the word. I can't say it. Just like Maverick. Maverick wouldn't even be able to say that. Prognosticate.
Prognosticate. Yes.
Yeah, Maverick wouldn't be able to say prognosticator. So, but anyways, so what's this deal now? Now all of a sudden, 4 or 5 days into this whole deal with this tree and the telephone wires, now we've changed the whole situation up that it was power wires. Did you catch that, Your Honor?
Underground, apparently, though, right?
Well, I don't know. Do they even know which way is up out there? By the sound of it, you don't know the difference between telephone wires and and power wires. I think I did mention something in my conversation there that if they cut the tree out of power wires, there it might be a hair curling experience.
Right.
But anyways, I don't know. Maybe the communication there when it, the internet signal there doesn't quite get. Maybe it gets jumbled or something. Maybe it goes through Ukraine or something there before it gets out there to the 220 and the 81 and that there. So I don't know. Maybe you can't hear the conversation correctly there. That what we say. I'm not saying that he himself isn't hearing it right. I'm just saying that maybe the communication to him isn't possibly correct. So anyways, I don't know. But yeah, Your Honor. To get to the border stuff there and what happens anywhere else in the world, if it's not on the news and not talked about, it's gone away, right? It's done. It's over with. There isn't any
right.
problem
Yes.
anymore.
If you don't talk about it, problem doesn't exist, right? Pay no attention. Hey, hold that thought.
USA News Update. The Democratic-led House Ways and Means Committee is approving a motion to release material regarding the tax returns of former President Trump to the House of Representatives. The move will clear the way for the material to be made public, although it is unknown when they will be seen. Personal information will be redacted from the docs. The White House is formally asking the U.S. Supreme Court to deny efforts to keep Title 42 in place. However, it is also asking for a delay until next week if the request by multiple states to keep it in place is denied. The Trump-era public health rule allows border agents to expel any immigrant over COVID concerns. Actor Hugh Jackman says playing Wolverine in the upcoming film Deadpool 3 won't mess with the timeline of the movie Logan. It was a shock when it was announced Jackman would be sporting the metal claws once again because the character died at the end of Logan in 2017 and was widely considered the actor's swan song with the role. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
This view was worth a hike.
Right? And it's a good way to stay on top of my health.
Yes, I'm Cologuard, a prescription colon cancer screening option for people 45 plus at average risk. Have you screened for colon cancer?
Not yet.
Don't wait. It's more treatable when caught in early stages.
Tell me more.
Cologuard is non-invasive and it's used at home. It detects altered DNA in your stool to find 92% of colon cancers.
92%?
Yep, even those in early stages.
This was seen in a clinical study with patients 50 and older. Any positive result should be followed by a diagnostic colonoscopy. False positive and negative results may occur. Cologuard is not a replacement for colonoscopy in high-risk patients. Do not use if you have had adenomas, have inflammatory bowel disease and certain hereditary syndromes, or a personal or family history of colon cancer.
Most insured patients pay $0. Ask your provider or an online prescriber if Cologuard is right for you, or visit Cologuard.com.
I'm in.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, welcome back here. It is 844-844-3388. Hey, coming up this Friday morning, it'll be technically our final show for the year 2022, as I'll have a little Christmas break between Christmas and New Year's. Return, I believe our first program will be January 3rd for the new year. I think that's a Wednesday morning. I believe that's what I had slated off. But Friday morning, we'll get our traveler's weather out of the way. It's going to be a big travel day, obviously. But again, weather, I don't know if weather may come into play, but we're slated to have a special guest. For those, of course, listeners all familiar with our old buddy Big Ed, are you with me? Those that were friends of Ed, like via Facebook, had followed his niece, and he'd kind of shared the story about going to his niece, who became Miss Oklahoma, and actually made her way to, I think it was Reno, for the Miss USA pageant here a couple months ago. Ed got to go out there and witness the competition, but he was kind of documenting and sharing photos and sharing the frazzled nerves while he was out there, and cheering his niece on. Ashley Earhart is her name. Ashley's agreed to come on and chat with us a little bit. I thought it might be kind of interesting. She get a little bit of maybe what happens behind the scenes. What's it like to participate there in the Miss USA pageant. I have a few questions I'd like to throw her away. I think Ed said she might stick around for 30 minutes, an hour, depending on, giving you the opportunity. Maybe I thought some of you might have some questions for Ashley. And we'll see what all she can talk about. I'm not sure. There's probably some things she can't talk about, but Going to ask her about some of the drama that took place, some of what was going on behind the scenes. But, yeah, looking forward to that this Friday morning to get our show started here as we head into the Christmas weekend. All right, totally different topic, different subject. Got an email from one of our listening friends who sent that to me here a few minutes ago. Can't recall who it was. I said, Steve, did you see the list? Dennis, there it is, Dennis. He said, did you see the list of words that Stanford University have put out that are no longer acceptable words to use? Yeah, the list is long and ridiculous, I'm telling you. I'm sorry, but you can no longer be called grandfather. I had not seen that list. No, what's he talking about? So I've pulled up the rest of the story. I'll tell you what, we've been saying for years, we conservatives have been saying for years, more like decades, that our colleges and universities have been packed and stacked with liberal professors, liberal educators, liberal leadership running the universities. I mean, to the point of the wackiest of wacko far left. These are the people that we, I guess, allow our young adults, our late teens and early 20-year-olds, attend these universities and colleges to get educated is the word. Educated. They're supposed to be learning. But what's really been happening is they're brainwashed. Yeah, I'd say that their minds are being poisoned with the leftist mentality at these universities. So here it is, Stanford University releasing an index of, quote, harmful language that they recommend be erased from the school's websites. The list includes the terms American and Hispanic. It's harmful to use the term American? The list is a product of here it's called the Elimination of Harmful Language Initiative, which aims to eliminate words that may be deemed racist, violent, or biased. The index lists a wide variety of words, some of which are obviously commonly used, but they provide an alternative word and an explanation of why the language may be harmful. There are 10 harmful language sections outlined in the document, including colonialism, culturally appropriate, gender-based, and biased. Yeah, the list recommends banning the term American and replacing it with U.S. citizen, as it reportedly implies that the U.S. is the most important country in the Americas. This term, American, often refers to people from the United States only, thereby insinuating that the U.S. is the most important country in the Americas, which is actually made up of 42 countries. North America, South America, all those countries. You guys, this list of words that Stanford doesn't want to use is truly insane, according to Justin Moore. A person should also use the term Latinx instead of Hispanic, since the former term is connected to Spanish colonization. It also listed the word Karen, explaining that it can ridicule or demean a group of people to their behaviors. The list includes the term straight, victim, grandfather. He was correct. Dennis, you cannot use the word grandfather. You cannot use the word landlord or gentleman. You cannot use the word ladies or chief. The list recommends replacing the term straight with heterosexual because it allegedly implies anyone who's not heterosexual is bent or not normal. The term people of color should also be switched to black, indigenous, and people of color. The institutionalized racism category bans the terms black mark, brown bag, master, or white paper for its alleged racial connotations. The first person category lists the terms immigrant, prostitute, and homeless person as they define an individual by a single characteristic. This truly is the definition of absolute insanity. The document included a disclaimer assuring staff and students they do not intend to completely remove the words from its websites, noting that elimination is a goal to strive for, even if it can't be achieved. Well, I'm a grandfather. What am I supposed to be called now? We're not allowed to use the term grandfather. That's what we've come to in America. Absolute insanity. All right, back to the phones we go. Steve, what's going on here? See, I'm not seeing who we got on board. Who's that?
Steve, you talking to me?
That would be you. Yeah, who's this?
Yeah, it's Getaway Man. It didn't come through on the screener, did it?
It did not. No. What's going on, Getaway Man?
Hey, let me ask you this. First thing, when's your last night working this week? Wednesday, tomorrow, Thursday, what?
Be Thursday night, Friday morning. We'll be here Friday morning.
Okay, Friday morning. All right, and then you're going to be out till the 3rd, right?
Correct.
All right, just checking. Anyhow, well, what I was calling about tonight, Steve, is old Eagle. He kind of got me going there a little bit, and he was right about everything he said, and I agree with him 101% as usual. What I wanted to, I kind of wanted to expound upon what he said a little bit. I mean, he's always good at getting down on rotten demon rats. But I was listening to the news program, and it kind of reminded me, of how much trouble we've still got within the Republican Party. Okay, they had a little clip on there from Chuck Schumer saying how happy he was with the new omnibus spending bill and how far it was going to go to do this, that, and the other, and all this crap. And we're hearing that this nitwit, Mitch McConnell, is backing this thing. Mm-hmm. And I'm thinking, wait a minute, if Chuck Schumer's happy about this, and guys like me and Eagle can't possibly be happy about it, then why is Mitch McConnell backing it?
Undoubtedly, because Mitch McConnell has really, really become the proverbial rhino.
He's got that nose horn. I'm telling you, he's got that nose horn sharpened right now to a razor point.
I mean, I know this omnibus bill is still laden or packed with the pork, as they call it, billions of dollars in spending, pet projects. That have nothing to do with actually funding the government. So Mitch probably has his own little pet projects in there, and that's why he's trying to, support it or tout it.
Well, I'm sure he does, and along with his pet protege, Murkowski from Alaska, and a few others that he bucked the system for to get supported and get reelected, even though they ain't worth a flip to the Republican Party. They're all gonna have to go some kind of hard way. We're gonna have to get them out of there. They're gonna have to get recalled, get something or another. They got to go.
Well, sounds like Friday's kind of like D-Day, I guess. You hear I'm hearing where Chuck is saying we've got to get this done by Friday. Yeah, I think the Republicans should promote the idea of just let's do a 30-day government extension. They did a 1-week extension. Just fund the government extending resolution. They've done it a million times before till the new Congress sets down. Then the Republicans, true Republicans, could weed out and strip out all this pork and useless spending. We're talking another $1.7 trillion bill, I guess it is.
Yeah, that's just beyond reasonable. That's a bunch of hooey. They actually had the idiot McConnell was on there, and he even said something about, now our military can do this and this and this and this and this. They can take care of us and all this crap. We don't need any omnibus. We don't need this omnibus bill for our military to do the job. I mean, if something happens, they can have an emergency session of Congress, and even as stupid as most of them are, they should be able to hash out a decent emergency spending bill to fund the military inside of 2-3 hours. So that's McConnell just being the proverbial scumbag and rhino. Like I said, he's going to have to go. Kentucky, you're all going to have to wake up down there and get rid of him. For God's sake, do this country a favor.
Getaway, man. Appreciate you checking in. There's another almost $45 billion in this omnibus bill for Ukraine. Now, right on the heels, and we don't have all the answers just yet, but in light of the news, the collapse of FTX, right, the crypto bank deal, that money was going to Ukraine, our taxpayer dollars. We're sending it to Ukraine. Ukraine was putting that money into FTX. And, of course, FTX was making donations to primarily Democrats. Now, the members of both parties, both sides of the aisle received, millions and millions of dollars from FTX. That was a money laundering scheme, folks. Now, like I said, we don't have the investigation is ongoing into that as we speak. But why would we even contemplate sending billions of additional dollars to Ukraine when we just, we know that was going on? Ukraine was taking that money. It was a money laundering scheme. Now, as Eagle mentioned, Zelensky. Supposedly, Vladimir Zelensky, Ukraine's president, is going to be here in the United States to address a joint session of Congress today. That's what's on the slate. I believe they said this is supposedly the first time he's actually leaving his country since the Russia invasion. The plan, all the details, of course, for security reasons, have been top secret, shrouded in secrecy. It is, they say, possible that even for all the planning that's occurred, the trip could still be canceled at the last minute due to security concerns. But, here it is. We're into the early hours of Wednesday. If he's flying to this country, he's probably in the air as we speak, or maybe already here on the ground somewhere at a secure location. But Zelensky makes a direct appeal to the joint session of Congress today as lawmakers consider whether to support this omnibus spending bill that right now includes $44.9 billion more dollars in aid for Ukraine. What is known is that the Ukrainian president is expected to arrive early today. His flight will receive a special NATO escort, according to one source. The itinerary will include both an address to Congress on Capitol Hill and a meeting with President Biden, looking to shore up international aid and try to rally his troops, including by making an unannounced visit to the frontline city of Bakhmut this past day, as he addresses members of Congress who are still deciding, should we back this omnibus spending bill, legislation that includes, they tell us, security, economic, humanitarian aid for Ukraine, support for NATO members backing Ukraine. Zelensky will make a plea that his nation's fight is on behalf of the United States and other Western nations. Public speeches since the war was launched back in February. Putin has said reducing the power of the United States and NATO are his real targets in this whole thing. Now, we've already provided about $32 billion to Ukraine since the invasion started. That's roughly $20 billion in arms and other security assistance. Another $44.9 billion to Ukraine. Now, how much of that money? How much of the munitions? I mean, we've seen numerous reports that lots of the armaments and whatnot we've been sending over there supposedly aren't really going into the battle against Russian forces, but they're actually being sold on the black market. That's what we're hearing. Is there any accountability for all this? All right, what do we got here? 7 before the hour. Hello to Sylvester. Good afternoon, I guess it would be there in the land down under. Haven't heard from you in a while. He did send me a message here just a bit ago. Hey, brother, I'm working in the garage today after some appointments this past morning. God bless you and your whole family, brother. I pray all the Overnight Drive radio family is blessed beyond belief. We've got a lot of things going on over here. I actually got a promotion at my main job, but I may be leaving to work at the Christian radio station full time. We shall see. All right, good luck. Whatever your future endeavors might be there in the land down under. Be nice to hear from you again sometime, though, right? Give us a ring. I know it's expensive, international calling and all that, but... All right, Ukraine. Yes, Zelensky, here he comes. He's going to come here begging for money, just like Biden went to Saudi Arabia begging for money, or begging for oil, right? It is 844-844-3388. Let me see who we got on the line here. Not seeing a name on this one either. Check 1, 2. Somebody who's called. Is that Eagle? Okay, I guess he dropped off. Let me see here. 5-7, I believe, is on board. Hello, 5-7.
Well, good morning to you, sir. Yeah. Eagle, man, he was hitting it out of the ballpark this morning. Got to say, all right, now that Shirley, I know who she looks like now, our spokesperson for the White House. She looks like a black Shirley Temple. She's cute as a bug. I can't help it. But, the little curly hair and all like that. She just got the round face, just like Shirley Temple. So let's go. My theory is when your opponent is pulling you into a cesspool, sometimes better off than hanging on and fighting until you get pulled into that cesspool. You let go of the rope and let them fall on their rear end. So let's say what she said is right. If we quit talking about it, it'll go away. Illegal immigration,
Yeah.
Well, for the last 2 years, what has Joe Biden been talking about? And the spokespersons her little redhead, Peppermint Patty and little Shirley Temple here. They've all been talking about white supremacy being the most dangerous threat to the American democracy. And it's constant about, white supremacy. And I've seen it on these reels where college kids are attacking people, attacking conservatives, calling them white supremacists and everything. Well, I guess that's true. They must be doing it on purpose, and maybe they should stop accusing their fellow Americans of being white supremacists. If you want to go that route, go that route. But I assure you, we can account for 5 million illegal aliens that come across the border. They have a hard time finding 10 actual 10 white supremacists in this country. 100, if they are, they're hid because they know they're not welcome anywhere.
Right. Well, hey, we got to pause there as we close out another hour. So hang in there. We'll get back at it after this. Let's see. It's 844-844-3388. We like to call it Hump Day. Mike. Midweek is upon us. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Elon Musk announcing he will resign as CEO of Twitter. On Tuesday, Musk tweeted that he'll step down when he finds someone, quote, foolish enough to take over. He said once he steps down as CEO, he'll continue to run the software and servers teams. The nation prepares for winter storms and a deep freeze, with heavy snow and then sub-zero temps and wind chills expected in northern and Great Lakes regions late this week, and hard freeze warnings covering southern U.S. states. National Weather Service meteorologist Brandon Hoving is keeping an eye on things in Michigan.
If at all possible, folks should consider wrapping up travel plans by Thursday morning because we are expecting snow to move into the region by Thursday evening, and really Friday is the day.
The severe weather threat also means airlines are issuing travel waivers. At least 2 people are dead, according to the Humboldt County, California Sheriff's Office, after a large earthquake struck early this morning. 11 others reported injured. Humboldt County Sheriff William Hansel.
And so we are concerned about our residents here in the county. And so the first thing we are doing is checking on our residents and making sure that they are okay.
Power is still out to about 70,000 people, and emergency officials say water and gas lines are also a concern. Congressional leaders on both sides of the aisle are happy with the $1.7 trillion funding package that needs to be passed by Friday. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer.
It doesn't include everything we wanted. McConnell blocked a lot of things I cared about. It's a big step. The bill is a big step in the right direction. From start to finish, the omnibus is made by and for the American people.
Republican Minority Leader Mitch McConnell said it ensures the Department of Defense can deal with threats out of Russia and China, along with providing assistance to Ukraine. The White House formally asking the U.S. Supreme Court to deny efforts to keep Title 42 in place. This is USA News.
MyPillow is excited to bring you their biggest bedding sale ever, just in time for Christmas. Get the Giza Dream bed sheets for as low as $29.98. A set of pillowcases only $9.98. Rejuvenate your bed with a MyPillow mattress topper for as low as $99.99. They also have blankets in a variety of sizes, colors, and styles. They even have blankets for your pets. Get duvets, quilts, down comforters, body pillows, bolster pillows, and so much more, all with the biggest discounts ever. They're also extending their money-back guarantee for Christmas until March 1st, 2023, making them the perfect gifts for your friends, your family, and everyone you know. So go to MyPillow.com and use promo code USA or call 800-951-8175 and you'll get huge discounts on all MyPillow bedding products, including the Giza Dream bed sheets for as low as $29.98. And get all your shopping done now while quantities last.
The outgoing governor of Nevada wanted to make an unprecedented move regarding the state's prisoners on death row, but a judge has canceled that plan.
Democrat Steve Sisolak wanted to discuss with the Nevada Pardons Board commuting the sentences of the state's 57 people on death row to life without parole. But a judge blocked the idea from even being raised at Tuesday's Pardons Board meeting because it would not give victims enough notice. Sisolak, who lost his re-election bid, leaves office on January 3rd. In Las Vegas, I'm Richard Johnson.
Indicted FTX founder Sam Bankman-Fried is agreeing to be extradited from the Bahamas to the United States. Paperwork's been filed with the court, with Bankman-Fried set to fly to the U.S. Wednesday. The 30-year-old was indicted last week on more than a half dozen criminal counts, including fraud and conspiracy. With Twitter recently adding new rules on what people can post, Vice President Kamala Harris tells NPR that big tech leaders should help secure our democracy and our nation.
I fully expect and would require that leaders in that sector cooperate and work with us who are concerned about national security.
Amid the new censorship rules, Twitter CEO Elon Musk put out a poll earlier this week asking if he should step down as the boss of the social media giant. Almost 58% of the votes were yes. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Are you being audited or investigated? Has the IRS sent you a letter demanding payment? You may not owe what they claim. Make this free call to the tax doctor now. Let them negotiate with the IRS on your behalf. Call 800-631-9123. 800-631-9123. That's 800-631-9123.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
EDT Plus Winter Defense is scientifically proven to prevent fuel gelling and icing, reduce the fuel line freeze-ups down to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, improve cold starts, increase diesel fuel lubricity, and increase cetane for more power and better fuel economy. Improve performance and protect your truck from failure in cold temperatures with Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty, welcome back. Work our way into another time zone there. Mountain time, cross over the midnight hour. Wednesday. Hello to Daniel. Good morning. Snowing over here in Missoula, Montana. Looks like he's at 26. Is that on the plus side or the minus side there? It's cold in Montana. Yes, Pappy. American. You can't say that. Hello to Billy. Morning, Steve, and the overnight folks. Let's see, 38 degrees in Beulahville, North Carolina. Headed up to Garysburg, North Carolina, the Lowe's Distribution Center. Then it's on down to Southport, North Carolina. Rolling through the Carolinas here on a Wednesday. Good to have you with us, Billy. And we'll get back, finish up with 5-7 here just a moment. More on the southern border, of course, as the cartels capitalizing, assisting thousands of these illegals to get to the border, having them all mass influx crossing the border at the same time that draws the Border Patrol agents into a particular area so they can capitalize and bring their drugs across the border in other locations because the agents are already occupied, right? It has been a record year for the deadly fentanyl that continues to pour into and kill Americans day in and day out. The DEA this year, the numbers, twice as many fentanyl tablets as last year. So far this year, and we've got a few days less, the DEA seized an estimated 379 million fatal doses of fentanyl, enough to kill everyone in the United States of America, according to the DEA administrator, including 10,000 pounds of fentanyl in powdered form, 50.6 million tablets. In the past year, she says, the men and women of the DEA have relentlessly worked to seize over 379 million deadly doses to keep them out of our communities across the country. These seizures, enough deadly doses to kill every American, reflect our unwavering commitment to protect Americans and save lives. Well, for as much as you've stopped from getting in, there's still plenty of it out there, because there are individuals that at this moment are alive and will not be when we close out this program. People are dying every hour in this country. Our top operational priority at the DEA is to defeat the two Mexican drug cartels, the Sinaloa and the CGNG cartels. They're primarily the ones responsible for the fentanyl that's killing Americans every day. They noted fentanyl pills being sold illegally on social media are frequently made to look identical to real prescription medications, whether it be Percocet, Xanax, OxyContin, but they only contain filler ingredients and fentanyl. That's it. Fake pills are readily found on social media. No pharmaceutical pill bought on social media is safe, people. The only safe medications are the ones prescribed directly to you by a trusted medical professional and dispensed by a licensed pharmacist. The CDC found in a recent report that drug overdose deaths skyrocketed during the pandemic, jumping from 31 in July of 2019 to a high of 87 in May of 2021. Now, those have got to be in the thousands. 31 jumping to 87. Drug overdose deaths among adolescents increased substantially starting in late 2019. although deaths appear to have begun to decline in late 2021, they are still today alarmingly higher than what we saw in 2019. The drugs continue to pour into the country, enough to kill every single one of us. All right, welcome back, 5-7.
Well, there you go again. See, if you quit talking about it, it'll go away.
Right?
According to Peppermint Patty, right? I mean, not Peppermint Patty, but Shirley Temple.
Shirley Temple.
So, so I guess if we quit talking about all this stuff, like MAGAs and white supremacists, all this stuff will go away. All our problems will go away if we just shut up and let these Democrats destroy our country. Oh, excuse me, I shouldn't say that. But that's, where was the reporter that, I just drive a truck. And as soon as I heard that, bing, 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 I said, okay, well, let's turn that little, quit talking about the illegal aliens on the border, and because you're just causing more to come in. And of course, there you go. My brain's going, well, there you go. Why don't a reporter ask, and clarify and say, does Biden and his administration regret attacking the American people verbally? And like I said, hey, Dylan Root, the church shooter, looked all over South Carolina trying to find a racist group to support his moves. He couldn't find it down here. He did find one up in North Carolina, and that I understand they thought he was too crazy to mess with. So, they're few and far between, because, I'm sorry, but Martin Luther King won, and a lot of us agree with him. And this is just them making a power play and trying to keep people stirred up and angry at one another. But, yeah, it looks like I broke down, but we're going to sit here and sit back and copy the mail and enjoy the rest of the show. How about it?
Are you going to waiting on a hook or what?
No, I can get it to the shop, but it ain't airing up for some reason. So the suspension is laying on the ground.
There you go. All right, well, hopefully, have a good rest of your night there. Thanks for checking in. Yeah, Scooter, you're correct. Yeah, Schumer talking about this omnibus bill, and McConnell, trying to say that we're in the minority. We can't stop it. $1.7 trillion, 4,155 pages. That's what this bill is. And Schumer said he didn't get everything they wanted. They did. Democrats, we didn't get it all. What a joke. And yes, McConnell gave the excuse of, we're in the minority, and couldn't stop it. Scooter says, I call that BS. All right, I don't know, it's technically tonight or is tomorrow night what we call the longest night of the year, the winter solstice this afternoon. Either way, the longest night of the year will feature an extra sparkle in the sky if you're not under the cloud cover. The final meteor shower of the year, aligning with the solstice. The December solstice marks the time that our Earth orbit, that the sun's most direct rays are focused on the Tropic of Cancer, the southern hemisphere. At this time, the North Pole is tilted away from the sun, leaving every area north of the Arctic Circle in continuous darkness. Solstice also signifies the changing of our astronomical seasons, of course. The December solstice today, marking the official start to astronomical winter here in the northern hemisphere. For folks who don't like the long winter nights, the solstice does offer a glimmer of hope. After the solstice, the days in the northern hemisphere will slowly grow longer. The nights will gradually become shorter. Now, I didn't realize it. Initially, the difference starts off very slowly, with each day featuring just a few extra seconds of sunlight. versus the previous day. For example, on Christmas Day in New York City this weekend, the sun is above the horizon about 13 seconds longer than it will be on Christmas Eve. Just so seconds. By the time we get to February, the daily difference becomes more noticeable, with each day being 2 or 3 minutes longer than the prior. Yeah, the nights becoming 2 or 3 minutes shorter. And that daily dose of sunshine continues to gradually become longer, again, till we hit that summer solstice, June the 21st of next year. Yeah, so tonight, Wednesday night, technically, not only the longest night of the year, but it also offers stargazers final chance to catch some meteor showers. The Ursid shower, oftentimes neglected due to the fact that it peaks just before Christmas, and it usually produces fewer meteors per hour than the counterpart from a few weeks ago, which was the Geminids. But we had nothing but cloud cover. I did not see a single Geminid. Ursids maybe 5 and 10 per hour, so there's few and far between. According to the American Meteor Society, occasionally the Ursids will also offer an outburst of maybe 25 per hour, which that's a far cry from the Geminids, over 100 per hour. Well, what's happening with the Rambler this morning?
Well, praise God, Steve, and hello, God's children. I'm proud to be on the air with you tonight. And whether you're listening to us, listen to this. Whether you're in Kathmandu or Kalamazoo and all cities in between, man, you got us live, loud, and in living color with the Steve Summers and the Overnight Drive, broadcasting to you from the thriving metropolitan city of Cincinnati. Steve, what a pleasure it is to be talking to you, my old friend. You sound chipper, you sound great, and all the callers that's called in tonight, everyone sounds like they're ready for the big fat man to hop in the sleigh and freeze his kahunas off, because that's what's going to happen when he takes flight, you know?
What kind of anti-gel do you give the reindeer? Because they're gonna freeze up.
According to Hillbilly Tex, moonshine.
Oh.
Shout out to old Hillbilly Tex, ringing the cowbell in Lenore City. Praise God. Also got to give a shout out to the Baldwin County Wild Man. He's listening tonight. He's my deacon over here at Determined Ministries Church, and he's listening to us live. And Steve, I tell you what, Christmas. Have you got all your Christmas shopping done?
I think I can say I'm done.
I believe so, too. I think there's a couple of odds and ends I want to get for Mrs. Rambler, but I'm pretty much done. I spent my day Monday. I was off Monday night. Mrs. Rambler had to have her other cataracts removed. So now she can see how ugly I really am, you know, without that being all blurry, you know. But I spent most of my day Monday filling out Christmas cards, you know, over at Determined Ministries Church. I gave our congregation or our audience, whatever you want to say, to leave me your address, and I would give you a Christmas card. Man, did they ever! And they flooded me, and I'm a man of my word, so I made up, at least close to 80 Christmas cards I put in the mailbox and mailed. So praise God, you know. So they'll get a Christmas card, but I do want to encourage folks, God's children. I noticed that you're not going to be on with us, and I hate that. But guess what? I will be live this Sunday night. We will be having at Determined Ministries Church. Go to Facebook, look us up, send us a like and a follow. We will be having a Christmas service, God's children. I'm very excited about it. Many of you, you want to know, why do we celebrate Christmas? Why do we say Merry Christmas or Christmas? We're going to get out the reasons why. A lot of the scripture will be coming from, will be mainly from Luke chapter 2, verses 7 through 14. But why did God have to come to this earth in the flesh? why couldn't he come as a spirit? We're going to answer that question and back it up with Scripture, God's children. You know, why did he have to be born of a virgin? We're going to back that up with Scripture, God's children. A lot of your questions you have about the Lord Jesus and why we celebrate Christmas, we're going to answer. We're going to have a live service. So guess what? I know there's a lot of truck drivers that are going to be alone inside the cab of a truck, and you think nobody cares. God's children, this church, this congregation, hey, this pastor, we care. You come on at 7 o'clock Central Standard Time, and you be with us. You may be listening to me right now, and you may be ostracized by your family. And you may not think no one cares about you. Guess what? We do. Come and be with us, 7 o'clock Central Standard Time. You may be someone that you have lost your entire family, and you are totally alone. God's children, you're not alone. No, you're far from being alone. You know, Steve, my Lord and Savior Jesus told me, he said it in Deuteronomy, he said it in Joshua, he said it in the book of Hebrews, I'll never leave you nor forsake you. Forsake means forget. He'll never leave you nor forget about you. And Steve, I'm living proof. That's the absolute truth. You know, you don't have to be alone. So I want to encourage you, grab you a hot cup of cider or a nice cup of hot cocoa. And after you open your gifts, you eat your stuffing and your pork loin and your ham or turkey, whatever you want to eat.
Yep.
Come on and be with us. And listen, after this, even though you won't be live, there will be a replay. And on this replay, you're going to hear a Texan that lives in Tennessee. You're going to hear a man that calls himself an oversized Gilligan. You'll hear probably an animal by the name of Moose. He'll probably be on the replay. You'll probably hear a Jolly Green Giant. You may hear about a guy busting his knuckles, a knuckle buster out there. So you'll be able to hear a lot of the characters after the replay. But I just want you to know that we won't be a replay at Determined Ministries Church. And you can come and join us live. And like I said, Baldwin County Wild Man, he's listening to us. He goes by Melissa Cooper. He uses his wife's Facebook page. His name is Chris Cooper, and he'll be with us, and there'll be a whole host of others. And I just want to thank you, Steve. You know, we've had a good year. You've had a great year. I want to thank Hot Shot Secret for sponsoring the show. And also, I got to say this. You know, Thanksgiving, we all suffered from this. I did too. And Christmas, you're going to suffer from this. You know, we're all going to sit around after eating, and we're going to be full of gas. And we ain't going to feel like doing nothing. But, Steve, did you know that for over 100 years, Stay-Build has been the leading provider of getting rid and helping maintain gasoline in your engine? Now, I know they don't pay me to say nothing, but I've been a proud user of Stay-Build, Steve. I really have been, and it works. So I want you to come, not only join us at Determined Ministries Church, but check out the Steve Summers fan page where you've got, what do you got for sale, Steve? Can you just broadcast, tell us what you have for sale?
Well, we've got Steve Summers Overnight Drive T-shirts. We've got Steve Summers
That's
Overnight
right.
Drive hats. We've got our 30-ounce travel mug that keeps that ice and keeps your drinks cold for 24 hours, I'd say.
That's right. Amen. Praise God. Ain't that wonderful? And they're all for nice prices. Now, listen, you may miss the last-minute stocking stuffer, but, you know, you can still get the late gift, you know. I mean, hey, better late than never. So go and shop and go to your Facebook page, shop. Also, first-time callers, call this show, and Steve will give you the number. You get a $60 voucher for Hot Shot Secret. And trust me, I use it in my Honda Civic. That's got over 227,000 miles, and it runs like a charm. At least it gets me back and from work, just like it does Scarecrow and Phil, who also drives Honda Civics, and they also use Hot Shot Secret.
Yes, sir.
But praise God. But
hey,
Steve,
so you're
I'm
no
gonna
longer.
get
You mentioned you're getting get to your New Orleans thing. No more New Orleans starting next
month.
month.
Oh yeah. No more New Orleans, Steve. I just, I'm getting tired of folks walking up on me. It's getting a little much more dangerous. So I had the opportunity to take another route, and it's called the East Montgomery route, but it goes nowhere near Montgomery. But I'll actually start out in Bay Minette, Alabama, then go to Atmore, then Bruton, Evergreen, Andalusia, Ock, Elba, Greenville, and I end the route in Monroeville. Instead of driving 420 miles a night, I'll drop down to 350 miles a night. So, hey, hallelujah right there, and they're paying me 12 hours. So I'm not complaining a bit. So I'm not really going to lose anything. And, I ain't got to deal with folks, walking up on me, watching over my back. And, and regardless of what GMA Enterprises says about me and Shorty Shorts, you won't see me out there in Bourbon Street no more. And by the way, just to clear the air, little peek behind the curtain, Gilligan does discuss this with me, and so I don't mind. It's all comedy. It's not real God's children. You're not going to see this old preacher. If you see me sitting on the street corner, it's going to be trying to tell someone about Christ Jesus, not wearing Shorty Shorts. But we love Gilligan and everything like that. We love you all out there. And, Steve, you've had a great year. I'm looking for better things for this program in 2023, and I pray that you enjoy your Christmas. God shouldn't. You all have a very Merry Christmas, and know this. Love is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, because he was born of a virgin, he died on an old rugged cross, did it all for you. And that means I know I can love you. Brother Rambler can love you, and I do. And once again, God bless you all. Have a happy and a Merry Christmas, a Happy New Year, Steve. I'm looking for better things for this show. God bless you, my friend. God bless you, brother, and God bless you, God's children. And we'll talk to you later.
Merry Christmas to you there, Rambler. Thank you for being a part of the program. All right, let's see. For our friends up in Horsefeathers neck of the woods, in the Northeast, you're actually going to see kind of an unusual warm-up before this argue. You're going to be saying, what's all this talk about, 50 below zero? We're looking at maybe some areas getting close to 60 degrees before the big chill moves in. Details in our Traveler's Weather coming up. First, a news break on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. At least 2 people are dead in Northern California after a large earthquake struck early yesterday morning. 11 others are reported injured. Damage assessment teams are still checking roadways, bridges, and other critical infrastructure. With fewer people looking for jobs, wage expectations are at a record high. A survey by the New York Federal Reserve shows the lowest wage Americans are willing to accept for a new job jumped to more than $76,600 in November. That's the highest reading ever, and it's an increase of nearly $800 from July. Airlines are issuing travel waivers ahead of the winter storm. Forecasters say it could make a mess of holiday travel this week. United Airlines, with headquarters in a major hub in Chicago, is offering inclement weather waivers to travelers in the Midwest, Texas, and the East Coast. American Airlines, Delta, Southwest, JetBlue, and Alaska Airlines are also offering waivers for a number of flight paths and dates. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
Paid for by government.com.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 Gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 50 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-888-201-7060, and you are guaranteed a $10 Gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These Gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-888-201-7060. Call now, and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-888-201-7060 now to secure your $10 Gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-888-201-7060.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, yes, indeed. So while we'll be talking blizzard conditions unfolding in the Midwest, same system will produce a number of hazards in the Northeast leading up to Christmas. First of all, the Central Appalachians, Mid-Atlantic, New England, strong winds. And much of the region is going to get a drenching rain at the same time. Some locations will even receive a couple rounds of snow from the Midwest blizzard. Any rain or snow that falls prior to the holiday weekend, they're talking that rapid freeze up, which will threaten treacherous conditions for travelers. Even though the worst conditions will be in the Midwest, major airline delays and a large number of cancellations are likely to be taking place at all the major travel hubs, even in the Northeast and all around the country. AccuWeather continues to stress if you have a flexible travel plan, you should consider leaving for your destination ahead of this storm. In the Northeast, the first precipitation overspreads the region from southwest to northeast starting Wednesday night through Thursday night. The storm will begin briefly as a wintry mix there in the Central Appalachians, and then it changes over to just rain Yeah, snow, sleet, and freezing rain could make for some slippery travel from western portions of Virginia and the West Virginia mountains all the way up to Maine. Yeah, along the I-95, most of the storm's precip will be in the form of drenching rain due to the warmer south to southeasterly winds. Yeah, look at these temperatures. Temperatures are actually going to surge into the 50s for all of the Delmarva Peninsula up into New Jersey, southeastern New York and southern New England between Thursday night and early Friday. Some places along the mid-Atlantic may even touch 60 degrees just hours ahead of that massive Arctic outbreak. It's going to be, real shock. Now, that rain will significantly reduce visibility for those on the highways. It'll fall at a heavy enough rate to lead to ponding of water on some of the highways. Yeah, the combination of rain and what will be some melting snow in parts of upstate New York and New England could lead to some small stream flooding. But the winds, the strengthening winds on the front side of the storm, 40 and 60 miles per hour. Yeah, gusts could be 75 to 80 miles per hour. Think about that. That would be the equivalent of a Category 1 hurricane along the Atlantic coast. So we're going to be talking tree limbs, power outages, and even some coastal flooding. As soon as the strong cold front makes its way through the region, temperatures will plummet from Friday afternoon into Friday night. Some places you'll see a 30 to 50 degree change in several hours' time. Yeah, this is about as extreme of a temperature drop there can be in the Northeast. For example, Philadelphia, Friday morning, forecast to be into the middle and upper 50s. Yeah, soon after that front sweeps through with the winds, the rain will end. Temperatures will plummet to the 40s and the 30s in the afternoon. You'll be into the 20s Friday evening. In many cases, with those kind of winds, once the rain stops, the roads may blow dry in the wake of the cold front. But any surfaces that do remain wet will rapidly freeze up. So roads can become icy in a matter of minutes from the Appalachians to the northern and western suburbs of some of the major cities along the I-95 corridor Friday afternoon and Friday evening. The 24-hour temperature drop Friday to Saturday could actually rival some of the records in the books. In Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, that temperature drop could be 45 degrees or more. The old record for the greatest temperature change in 24 hours, 48 degrees, both in 1981 and back in 1978. That's big-time change. So again, for those last-minute errands, I know in this region of the country, they say the grocery stores have been just absolute pandemonium as everybody goes out, making sure they've got everything for their Christmas. Yeah, more so with the fact that they're not going to be able to get out probably Christmas Eve to do some of that last-minute shopping stuff. CB is on board. Hello, CB.
Hey, what's going on, Steve? Hey, they don't have to worry about cold. It's cold up here. We're up here in Minnesota, and it's -9 right now. But I just made a stop back there about 40 minutes ago, and it showed that it was -4 then, but it was cold out there. But anyways, a question I have, and has listened to this show all the time, and just get a little curious about things. Now, why isn't any of these illegals flooding the Southern California coast at the border there? Is it because of maybe let's just leave it at that. Heck, why don't they do it there? Is there something different there than it is in Texas?
If you look at the map, like the California coast, you've got what they call the Baja California Peninsula, I guess it's for the majority coming out of Central America. That's because it's not really per se what used to be mainly Mexicans. It's now the Guatemala, the Nicaragua, and all that. When they come through Central America, the shortest route is up there into southern Texas.
Right, but if they're having a problem getting in there, I mean, why aren't they going? I mean, apparently that's where they push them to. Mm-hmm. They aren't pushing them to California. I mean, my opinion. That's just like, it just doesn't make any sense that that they would be coming in there, and like you said, all the stuff has to be done there, and that they're in California. What is it a point that they don't want them there, so they figure they'd send them to Texas?
Again, I think like I said, I think it's just the shortest route is up into southern Texas. Yeah.
Well, I look at it kind of different in my point, but as far as them, it's the shortest route, but half them people are getting to places, in other ways than just walking. It's just something that I was pondering on. But I loved it, Brother Rambler there, and we've kind of taught our kids to start on December 1st and read Luke through 25 to kind of, it gives the meaning of what happened with Jesus. I'm glad he's going to be in the book of Luke there, as far as that, just questioning, like I said, listen to the show and Eagle talking about that. I'm thinking, man, well, is there a reason why they don't want to go to California? And like I said, it is a farther travel. I agree with that. But, if they can't get in that way, why don't they go up there? Is there something up there going, no, turn back, go the other way? I just something I was thinking about. But I appreciate you taking my call, and everybody have a Merry Christmas out there, and thank you.
All right back at you. Thanks for checking in. Thanks for listening to the program and spread the word. As Brother Rambler mentioned, yes, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has indeed been the go-to additive when storing your lawn equipment, boats, collector cars, generators, which I have a sneaky suspicion many generators are going to be fired up in the coming days. Anything that's going to be sitting around with gas in it. Sta-Bil Storage keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system. Be sure you're storing your engine the right way with Sta-Bil. There you go. Good morning, Pappy. What's happening out there?
Steve, even the illegals don't want to go to California. Come on, man. They don't want to go there. It's a dump. So who was this? Duke University was doing this?
Stanford.
Well, now. What's the old saying? Go woke, go broke.
Yep.
I say every parent out here that was getting ready to send their children, or young adults rather, to Stanford should pull them out. Let's see how Stanford likes that. Like you said, do you want them to go get an education, or do you want them to go get woke? Steve?
Brainwashed, woke. Yep.
Unbelievable. But that's what the left does, Steve. They change the meaning of words overnight. So when you're not hip to their new vocabulary, you can't say that, you're a racist. Oh, excuse me. Next day you use a different word. Anyway, what's happening, man?
You ready for the wind? They're still saying 40 to 60 on Friday, I think, here.
They say if you don't like the weather in Cincinnati, stick around, it'll change.
Yes.
It's going to change. Yes, sir. Yeah, Steve, I don't know, man. I heard that. I just had to call in and make a comment. I haven't watched any news today at all. Nothing. No other Dan Bongino nothing, Steve.
Really? Just taking a break? Get away from it all?
Yeah, taking a break. Went to the bank got my Christmas shopping done. One shot stop there, you know. Steve, I stopped Christmas shopping years ago. It's just too stressful, man. You know, I go to the bank, fill out a slip. They hand me some green stuff, and I hand it out at Christmas. Here you go. There's your Christmas present. Go get what you want. Easy peasy, man.
Yeah, you take the lazy way out.
Yes, sir. Call me what you want.
You'll admit it.
Yeah, call me what you want. I don't care. At least it'll be in an envelope, and I usually, when I put their names on the envelope, I'll make it look nice and pretty, you know, use different colored pencils and stuff to color their names in, so at least they get that. Oh, man. Yeah, good to hear Brother Rambler tonight. Yes, sir. Good time of year for everybody to give thanks, right, for us being here, and it's making it possible for us to be here and blah, 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 blah. Yeah, man, Steve, when I went to the bank up at Kroger's, stopped at the gas station, topped off the old tank, threw some more gasoline extreme in there. Probably really didn't need it.
Yeah.
I don't know if that really, you know, is going to help. It's not like an anti-gel or anything. I get that, but I thought, man, at least the valves would be all nice and clean in there, you know. And threw some Sta-Bil in the gas tanks I got in the basement, the 5-gallon drugs. You know, I already had one 5-gallon jug filled full of gas. Went up and filled this other one up, threw some Sta-Bil in that. Getting ready. If it happens, I hope, as long as the power don't go out, Steve, it can do what it wants. I don't care. You know, I just don't want the power to go out.
Yep.
You know, so.
Well, at least this time of year we don't have all the leaves and the foliage on the trees. So, I mean, the trees can take a lot more wind than they would in the summertime with 60-mile-an-hour winds. But I don't know. I just have a sneaky suspicion we're going to see some outages.
Yeah, I think it's inevitable. You know, goes without saying. That's why we prepare, right?
Yep.
Hey, yeah, I seen a generator up at Home Depot. Started to take a picture of it and send it to you. It wasn't the inverter. I told you, the inverters are a little bit more expensive. The engine knocks down when you're not pulling power from it. It didn't have that on it. But, dude, it was like a 1,200 watt or 12,000 watt generator, which is like 2,000 more watts than the one I got, and it was $1,200. You know, that's probably more really what you need. You know, if you would want to just run some heaters, little heaters you can plug in, go out and get you like the 1,500 watt little heaters you can buy. Mm-hmm. You can probably run 4 or 5 of them on a 5,000-6,000 watt generator. You could probably pick up for, $600-700. Just a thought, man. Just trying to drill it into your head, Steve. Got a couple days left, brother.
All righty.
All right, man.
Yeah, thanks
Everybody
for checking in.
Hammer down.
All right. Stay warm. Yeah, what do you have? 24 outside the bunker at this hour. Let me see. Someone had shared the video I came across. I did myself shared that to my Facebook page here a few minutes ago. The passerby that actually captured the video of a Norfolk Southern train this past day striking a truck that was hauling an oversized load in Tennessee. Right around the noon hour this past day in Collegedale, Tennessee, Emergency Management Services explained the circumstances leading to the train derailment there. According to fire officials, the driver of the tractor-trailer was stopped on the railroad tracks waiting for the light to turn green on Tucker Road. During that time, Norfolk Southern Railroad activated the crossing arms. The tractor trailer was unsuccessful clearing the tracks and hit by the train, leading to 3 locomotives and 10 railroad cars derailing, slamming into each other, a disastrous mess, as they described it. That truck, though, was hauling a 134-foot concrete bridge beam. And that's what you capture in the video. The beam right across the tracks, and here comes that train barreling through. Major impact. WTVC reports the two Norfolk Southern workers were hospitalized. Truck driver ultimately was not injured. It is 844-844-3388. Back into...
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here. And several lines available at 844-844-3388. Philip is on board. Morning, Philip. What's happening?
Oh, just driving in rain right now. It's been kicking my tail ever since I left the house. It's had a pretty good downpour down here. How you doing this morning?
Doing all right. Yeah, I see. Yeah, a lot. Wow, I just put up the radar. You got a lot of rain there in Florida. Wow.
Yeah, I'm down here in downtown Orlando right now on I-4. I'm gonna tell you what, those guys, whoever did this project, when they didn't think about the low spots they put in this road, I tell you, it's just like across the road. People are hitting it and just going everywhere. They're hitting it so fast. I'm just taking it easy, just cruising along. I want to thank Rambler for mentioning me in my Honda. Yeah, she's got 315,000 miles on her. I'm doing pretty good with her. So, but I can't complain with it.
Yeah, it looks like on the radar you're going to be in frog strangling rain for hours because the rain stretches all the way back out over the all the way back to the west side of Florida and out into the Gulf, and it's all just kind of training your direction.
Yeah, when I left the house, I called you, and ever since we had those hurricanes, the cell system, when it rains like this, it goes in and out bad, and I had that problem. I had to hang up and call you back because I couldn't even hear. I could hear the program, but it was coming in and out. So I had to disconnect and then recall. It was pretty bad. I know you had mentioned something about 80-mile-an-hour winds at one of those locations somewhere in the United States. You said they're going to be 80-mile-an-hour winds.
Yep.
Is that where you're at?
Yeah, we're in the 50-60 range is what they're telling us on Friday. 50-60 mile-an-hour winds.
Well, 50, 60 mile-an-hour winds, if they're sustained, that's what we had during the cold. And we had, with Ian, we had the 80 mile-an-hour winds sustained. I mean, that's just the wind blowing outside. That ain't no gusts. You know, the gusts on Ian were up to 120, 130. And when the cold, they were up to about 90. So, and it's pretty rough. Hey, Steve, how come every time somebody's got to have somebody feel sorry for them, they use the word minority? Have you ever noticed that? You noticed that before? You know, I'm the minority. I'm the minority. Get off your pot and go to work, man. Gee whiz.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. You know? I mean, heck. You know, I don't care about people crying. Just quit feeling sorry for yourself and suck it up. If you want to get it going, get it going. You know, I'm so sick of that term, minority. Well, I guess I'm the minority now, right? Yeah, well, okay, whatever. Suck it up, Buttercup. I got to work. You got to work. We got to go. So, I want to say Merry Christmas to my AC guys because I'm keeping them in business as of yesterday, and I'm going to keep them in business at the end of the week so they can get my heat pump for my air conditioner going so I can be warm on Christmas Day. So I want to say Merry Christmas.
You're going to get a little chilly even down there in the Sunshine State, aren't you? Yep, getting ready. News break time on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Julio Flores. The White House is formally asking the U.S. Supreme Court to deny efforts to keep Title 42 in place. However, it is also asking for a delay until next week if the request by multiple states to keep it in place is denied. The Trump-era public health rule allows border agents to expel any immigrant over COVID concerns. Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky is expected to make a trip to Washington, D.C. this week. Reports say that it could come Wednesday as Capitol Hill will be hosting Zelensky for a joint session of Congress. It'll be his first in-person visit to the U.S. since Russia invaded the Ukraine back in February. Indicted FTX founder Sam Bankman-Fried is agreeing to be extradited from the Bahamas to the United States. Paperwork has been filed with the court, with Bankman-Fried set to fly to the USA Wednesday. The 30-year-old was indicted last week on more than a half a dozen criminal counts, including fraud and conspiracy. At least 12 people are dead in Northern California after a large earthquake struck early yesterday morning. 11 others are reported injured. Damage assessment teams are still checking roadways, bridges, and other critical infrastructure. Wall Street is closing modestly higher after the closing bell. The Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 92 points to 32.848. The S&P 500 rose 4 points to 38.21. The Nasdaq added 1 point to 10.547. With fewer people looking for jobs, wage expectations are at a record high. A survey by the New York Federal Reserve shows the lowest wage Americans are willing to accept for a new job jumped to more than $76,600 in November. That's the highest reading ever, and it's an increase of nearly $800 from July. Airlines are issuing travel waivers ahead of the winter storm. Forecasters say it could make a mess of holiday travel this week. United Airlines, with headquarters in a major hub in Chicago, is offering inclement weather waivers to travelers in the Midwest, Texas, and the East Coast. This is USA News.
MyPillow is excited to bring you their biggest bedding sale ever, just in time for Christmas. Get the Giza Dream bed sheets for as low as $29.98. A set of pillowcases only $9.98. Rejuvenate your bed with a MyPillow mattress topper for as low as $99.99. They also have blankets in a variety of sizes, colors, and styles. They even have blankets for your pets. Get duvets, quilts, down comforters, body pillows, bolster pillows, and so much more, all with the biggest discounts ever. They're also extending their money-back guarantee for Christmas until March 1st, 2023, making them the perfect gifts for your friends, your family, and everyone you know. So go to MyPillow.com and use promo code USA or call 800-951-8175 and you'll get huge discounts on all MyPillow bedding products, including the Giza Dream bed sheets for as low as $29.98. And get all your shopping done now while quantities last.
Airlines are issuing travel waivers ahead of a winter storm. Forecasters say it could make a mess of holiday travel this week. United Airlines, with headquarters in a major hub in Chicago, is offering inclement weather waivers to travelers in the Midwest, Texas, and the East Coast. American Airlines, Delta, Southwest, JetBlue, and Alaska Airlines are also offering waivers for a number of flight paths and dates. Moscow police are investigating a white car located in Eugene, Oregon, that might be the vehicle they were looking for in connection with the murders of 4 students. Police have reviewed 22,000 potential vehicles. They believe the people in the Hyundai Elantra might have information that's key to the case. Family members of the Uvalde shooting victim are furious after learning an undercover inspector was able to enter the elementary school without being challenged by anyone. The inspector reported entered Robb Elementary through an unlatched back door, similar to how the shooter entered the school in May before killing 19 children and 2 teachers. Families were informed during a meeting Monday that the inspector posed as an intruder at 3 Uvalde schools to evaluate security. The future of the Black Adam franchise is unknown, according to star Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. Johnson said that following a meeting with new DC Studios co-chief James Gunn, it was decided that Black Adam will not be included in the first chapter of the studio's plans. He added a statement on social media that DC and his production company will continue exploring most valuable ways Black Adam can be utilized in the future. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
My heart was racing just making spaghetti. I could have waited to tell my doctor, but I didn't wait.
I was short of breath just reading a book. I could have delayed telling my doctor, but I didn't wait.
They told their doctors and found out they have atrial fibrillation, a condition which makes it about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. If you have one or more of these symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness, this is no time to wait. Contact your doctor.
Brought to you by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer. At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The
DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
On the same page, 21st day of December. So technically, we're, at least at the moment, last day of fall. Yeah, winter officially arrives 4:48 Eastern Time this afternoon. And almost like right on cue, old man Winter's gonna really be kicking things up into overdrive as we head toward the Christmas weekend. As you're hearing, the airlines are bracing for pandemonium at the airports. And the jolly old St. Nick himself might not be able to tell the difference between the United States and the North Pole. Ahead of this Arctic blast, it's going to send the eastern two-thirds of the country, into the deep freeze. Temperatures challenging records that have stood for nearly 4 decades. Yeah, after taking a look at afternoon temperatures December 25th over the last 40 years, and checking that data twice, 1983 has stood as the coldest Christmas on record for the nation, again, as far as records go back. Christmas of 83 was legendary, according to AccuWeather. Average temperature across the United States was about 20 degrees. And to this day, most low-temperature records for December 25th stand. 1983. Started out cold and just got colder during the month of December that year. According to one technician retired from the National Weather Service in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. He attributed the cold month to a persistent jet stream pattern that brought one cold front, one Arctic blast after another. A 10-day Arctic invasion from December the 16th to the day after Christmas actually brought the lowest temperatures of the month, not only to South Dakota, but the entire country that year. Yeah, for those who lived in the northern plains, they were the first to experience those bone-chilling temperatures. Sioux Falls, high temperatures were at 0 degrees on the first day of that outbreak. Over the next 9 days, temperatures continued to fall. 2 days before Christmas, the lowest temperature of the month was recorded when the temperature hit 14 below zero. Even though temperatures did start to rise after the 23rd, the winds made it feel dangerously cold. Shortly after midnight on the 24th, Christmas Eve temperatures hit minus 22. Winds in excess of 30 miles per hour had the wind chill at 82 below zero. Wow. And we're going to see some of those numbers kind of challenged here in the coming days. By Christmas Day, the coldest air was over the Midwest and along the spine of the Appalachians. On Christmas Day that year, Nearly 78% of the entire U.S. recorded temperatures below the freezing mark, and at least 30% of the nation recorded temperatures under 10 degrees. It was 5 below zero in Chicago that Christmas morning. That was the new record for the lowest temperature on that day in the Windy City. While it won't get that cold in Chicago this Christmas, they say forecasters do warn temperatures are going to be a lot chillier. Combined with the wind, temperatures on Christmas are forecast to be like 13 degrees. Wind chill making it feel like maybe 9. So that's not too windy, I guess. Not going to break any records in Indianapolis this Christmas, but you're going to be below average, obviously. A high temperature of 15 is in the offing for Indy. It's a good 20-plus degrees below the normal for Christmas there. Coldest Christmas recorded in New York City, 1983 and 1980, when the temperature both of those years dropped to a low of 13 degrees. Average in New York City for Christmas, believe it or not, is like 42 degrees this time of year. This Christmas looks like it'll be about 29. So that's, based on some of the numbers we're looking at, below zero, 29 would be not too bad. All right, back to Philip there. Yep, still rolling in the rain, I guess.
Oh, yeah, I'm almost up here to Disney Springs. I'm getting close. It's lightened up a little bit. It was pretty bad down there in Orlando. You're talking about those temperatures. Tell old 5'7" there, his old stomping grounds in Melbourne, that's going to be frost on the ground. Orlando's going to be freezing. And if you live around Ocala and you want to go down there to 75 Chrome Shop, it's going to be a hard freeze up there. That's what they're forecasting down here. I don't know what y'all got going on, but that's what they told us on the TV yesterday.
Yep.
But they said Melbourne, Florida would be that'd be the draw line between the freezing and the frost, which is, that's pretty good ways from where I'm at right now. But I want to thank Hurricane Ian for getting me these new windshield wipers. I tell you what, they're working really good tonight. And Steve, does Stay-Ball sell merch? Can I get one of those fancy Stay-Ball signs like you got there at your bunker from them?
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I don't know if that's available on their website or not.
Yeah, if you could check with Chris and see if they sell those, I want to get one for my garage. I like those. I put up signs like that in my garage.
Yeah?
I like that Stay-Ball sign. Yeah, that Stay-Ball sign's cool. I want to give a shout out to somebody who checks on me all the time, and I appreciate him, is Mr. Ricky Friend. I appreciate you, bud. You live up to your name. He checks on me a lot when these storms come through and when things come through like this weather and stuff. And he's always out there, and he's also out there on Facebook a lot, and he's out there checking on us. So I appreciate Mr. Ricky Friend. And I need to watch that Christmas thing that Rambler's got going on. Is that going to be a video, or is that just going to be an audio thing?
No, he does the Facebook Live, so it's he's actually on the camera there in his little church.
Oh, okay. And that's this evening, right? Was that the time frame he said it was?
For his Christmas service? No, it's actually going to be Christmas night. Christmas is on Sunday, and he's actually going to be live there on Sunday night to do a Christmas service.
Well, I'll watch that. I got to work on Christmas. That's the fun part of working at Disney. So I'll be working Christmas. I will be working Christmas Eve for Wally World, so everybody can get their turkeys, and then I'll be working Christmas Day, so everybody can get their monorail ride to the Magic Kingdom. So, but if I don't talk to you before then, buddy, you guys have a great holiday, and I appreciate you having me. And I'm going to get off here because this rain's getting a little worse.
Yeah, like I said, and based on the radar, what I'm seeing there, your rain is just going to rain for hours down there. And Mickey Mouse is going to be breaking out the pontoons to stay afloat down there at Disney. 15 past the hour. Let's see. Right up Phillips Alley, the leaky Russian Soyuz spacecraft that's docked at the International Space Station. I guess they finally found, yep, there's a hole. Go figure. That's where all the coolant was coming from. The coolant leaked away Wednesday night, December the 14th, like a week ago, as 2 cosmonauts were actually getting ready to perform a spacewalk, which was soon canceled. In the days since then, the Russian Space Agency has been trying to nail down the cause. And what would the consequences of that leak be? They've had some help from the International Space Station partners. That help includes an inspection of the suspected leak area using cameras that are mounted on the huge Canadarm robotic arm. That survey, which wrapped up last Sunday, gave some pretty valuable clues, according to the announcement from NASA. Indeed, a small hole was observed, and the surface of the radiator around the hole showed some discoloration. Now, we're evaluating the imagery to determine if this hole could have resulted from a micrometeoroid, maybe debris, or if it's one of the pre-manufactured radiator vent holes. A debris strike is one of the more prominent hypotheses, though. Russian scientists floated the idea with the state news outlet TASS a few days ago. The MS-22, the Soyuz, carried 2 cosmonauts and 1 NASA astronaut up to the space station back in September. They're supposed to be coming back to the Earth in March. So Roscosmos is trying to assess whether the vehicle is this spacecraft, which apparently has no coolant left, will actually be up to the task. Probably not. A decision's expected by the end of the month here. If the MS-22 is deemed not flight-worthy, they're now saying another Soyuz will launch from the Russia-run Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan. The Soyuz, of course, one of just 2 spacecraft that currently fly astronauts to and from the space station. We've got, of course, the SpaceX Crew Dragon capsule. Another astronaut taxi should join that fleet soon. However, Boeing's Starliner conducted an uncrewed test flight back in May. They're scheduled to fly astronauts there for the first time coming up next April. But I have a sneaky suspicion with no coolant, no, it's not going to be flight worthy, not up to the task. All right, we'll come back with more of your calls ahead on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yes, indeed. It is 844-844-3388. Let me see if Eagle's still on board. We got you, Eagle. You still there? Oh, better fire up the old CPAP there. I kind of figured he'd been holding on for a bit. Yo, Horse Feathers.
Thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. Yeah, okay. Well, we're here. Anyway, so like I was saying there before there, and I think Chevy guy must have touched on it by the sounds of it there, you stop talking about stuff and it all ends and it's all done and over with, right? You know, I mean, you look at what happens with the tornadoes and hurricanes, you know, they're in the news for, a week, 3 days, something like that, and they go out of the news and they're all over and done with, right? Isn't everything all back hunky-dory after that?
Yeah, that's what you would certainly think, but, the problems are still existing. We just, nobody paying attention, that's all.
I can't believe it, because if they were there, they'd be reporting them. But it's kind of like you remember there was an election in 2016, and there was a candidate that everybody wanted to go to jail and all that, and after that election, everybody quit talking about her, and she apparently just went away, right? That all just all up and ended, no problem. So I got an idea here. I got an idea to solve a problem out here, and it might be right on the lines there of what Doc Holliday. You know, Doc Holliday could be possibly the smartest man on the face of the earth.
Yeah, I've heard that a time or two, yeah.
But anyway, so get this. See what you think of this. Now, if we quit talking about things and it's all over and done with, can we stop talking about the war in Ukraine and stop sending money over there and it'll all be over and done with?
Yeah.
Just asking. I'm just thinking that might be a resolution for it there. You know, you think that would compete with what possibly the smartest man on the face of the earth would suggest? I don't know. Maybe we should ask him. He might call back there and even have a better suggestion possibly. But anyways, I don't know. It's just throwing it out there, and just thought I'd continue that out. But you got to remember, you know, the reason the Democrats don't like Donald Trump is he kind of turned against them there. You know, back in the 70s and the 80s, he was a big Democrat.
Oh yeah, he was their guy.
He took a lot of his money and supported all these people and went to all their big galas and dinners, and he was even on the Oprah show. Did you know that he was even on the Oprah show, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Because he was on that show one time, and Oprah asked him if he'd ever consider running for president. And I think his answer was that he had absolutely no need to run for president unless the country got so bad that he absolutely thought that was the only way to save it.
Yeah, sure enough, it got there, didn't it?
Yeah, I'm thinking. So, anyways, hey, with all that nonsense and all that, I guess for the people on the West Coast, in case they missed it earlier there, you should go, hey, Mike, what day is it? What day is it out there now?
Welcome to Hump Day.
There you go. All right, well, with all that nonsense and everything there, I guess I'll let you get out there and do your due diligence there and do what you're supposed to do now after me, right?
Yeah, let's see. That might be a task here. Looking for a more intelligent caller. It is 844-844-3388. I'll tell you, the Yellowstone is like, that's the movie, the series that everybody's watching right now, right? Yellowstone. I have not yet seen an episode of Yellowstone. I always run behind. I guess the one prior to that, I remember people calling the program talking about the Tiger King. When that was the big thing. Drivers saying, Steve, you got to watch it. You got to check this out. You got to check out the Tiger King. I still, to this day, I've never seen any of the Tiger King. Anyone have any aspirations of being a Tiger King? Guess you can forget about it now. The president signed a bill yesterday banning private ownership of tigers and other big cats and cub petting. Kind of highlighting the documentary known as Tiger King. The Big Cat Public Safety Act now limits ownership of tigers, lions, jaguars, and other big cats to only zoos, sanctuaries, universities, and agencies. The bill prohibits direct contact between the public and big cats such as that seen in The Tiger King, which featured the exploits of the flamboyant private zoo owner Joe Exotic. Current owners of big cats, they say, are exempt, but will have to register the animals with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Defense of Animals, welcoming the signing of the bill. It will now be illegal to force lions, tigers, and other big cat species into unilateral situations for entertainment, said the group. As a result, they will no longer be drugged, transported, and used as props for photo opportunities. Big cat ownership will be significantly restrictive, and exploitive cub petting will be phased out. What is cub petting, right? That's when you have a paying customer, you get the opportunity to hold, feed, or take pictures with young animals. PETA, of course, said the bill will mean that Tiger Kings can no longer cash in on the suffering of big cat cubs removed from their caged mothers. All right, by the way, Joe Exotic, if you followed the series, Joe was actually sentenced in January of 2020 to 22 years in prison for attempting to kill that rival animal refuge owner, Tiger King. All right, we'll get to some of the other industry headlines coming up here. And, of course, plenty of room for you on a Wednesday morning. It is 844-844-3388. See, one of our listening friends sent me the list. Here you go, Steve. The Republican list of traitors who supported this omnibus vote. 21 of them, all right. This monstrosity, $1.7 trillion, which Republicans supporting this, he feels like they've betrayed their own party. We'll run them down for you coming up. First, a news break, though, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. The former television anchor gets her long-sought opportunity to make her case to the judge this week during a 2-day trial scheduled to begin on Wednesday. She'll have a chance to inspect ballots, call witnesses, and introduce evidence in a bid to prove she was the rightful winner of the race, while Democratic Katie Hobbs won by just over 17,000 votes. Afghanistan's Taliban rulers on Tuesday banned female students from attending universities, effective immediately in the latest edict cracking down on women's rights and freedoms, despite initially promising a more moderate rule respecting rights for women and minorities. The Taliban have widely implemented their strict interpretation of Islamic law. They have banned girls from middle school and high school, restricted women from most employment, and ordered them to wear head-to-toe clothing in public. Women are also banned from parks and gyms. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
Paid for by government.com.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 50 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-888-201-7060, and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-888-201-7060. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-888-201-7060 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-888-201-7060.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yes, indeed, do that because we've got plenty of room for you here. Things quieting down a bit on a Wednesday. Hump Day is upon us. Hey, a bit of a jolt in California this past day. 6.4 earthquake, 6.4 magnitude in the early hours Tuesday morning. bringing darkness to more than half the hardest hit county with mass power outages. It was 2:34 a.m. local time, so California time, so that would have been shortly after we closed out our program yesterday morning. Would have been 5:34 Eastern. Originated at a depth of 10 miles, centered about 7.5 miles southwest of Ferndale in Humboldt County. According to the U.S. Geological Survey, the notable quake, then followed by at least 2 aftershocks, had a 4.6 and a 3.1. Reports from NOAA said that no tsunami threat from that quake. Initially, no loss of life. I believe they're now saying there's 2 fatalities being associated with that quake. But the people without power, 71,000 customers, over 70% of the residents in Humboldt County had lost power. About 4:45 a.m. local time, according to Power Outage US. Authorities closed an important bridge in Ferndale that was showing some damage. There were some gas leaks reported as well. Officials tweeting out messages, "Power is out across the county. Do not call 911 unless you're experiencing an immediate emergency." The quake was large enough to trigger a shake alert that was sent out to cell phones by FEMA's wireless emergency alert system. One of the residents in Ferndale tweeting a video in her darkened home. Toppled furniture, smashed dishes. Yeah, our home is a 140-year-old Victorian. The north-south shaking is very evident in what fell, she said. This was a big one, said another. The U.S. Geological Survey said, "We hope everyone's safe. If you felt shaking or you got an alert, that you took the proper action of drop, cover, and hold on." So, I haven't been through an earthquake drill. I know the old fire drill, stop, drop, and roll. For the earthquake, drop, cover, and hold on. Now, this just days after a smaller 3.6 earthquake struck the San Francisco Bay Area Saturday, causing some minor damage there. That quake was centered in El Cerrito, about 16 miles from downtown San Francisco. Things kind of waking up there in California. You always wonder if, with each progressive quake, is it a precursor or was the 6.4 the larger? Obviously, they've had the smaller aftershocks. A lot of times you'll have a bigger quake only to be followed by a major quake in some occasions. Hey, good morning, Gilligan, I believe.
Oh, ho, ho! This is the one and only Gilligan Claus with my annual naughty and nice list. Well, we're going to start off at the very top of the naughty list. I mean, this scoundrel is the top of all naughty list. Going to the right green nut. This man literally was caught peeing in the fireplace.
Uh-oh.
Now, how would he expect me
Again.
Well, we're going to have to put that horse feathers on there again. You know, he's driving up around there in Baltimore and D.C., passing gas, even smoking on the gas rack, and all that naughty stuff. Those little kudos for the money he raises, but that don't outweigh all that other shenanigans. Now we're going to flip over to the nice list. Well, we're going to have to put Dingbat over there because, well, that bum knee, she really hasn't done much to get in trouble this year. You know, so she's pretty well stayed out of trouble. So we'll keep old Dingbat over there on the nice list this year. Now we're into the real naughty. Well, we're going to have to put Happy on that naughty list.
Really?
Up there pretty close to the Great Cleanup because, you know, he's a part of the bomb squad. Yeah, boy, I tell you what, that's a good cover he's got there. Well, on the top, very much the top of the nice list, not quite to the top, we're going to put you, Mr. Steve Summers, for this wonderful show and all you do to keep my friends up there, the drivers, uptight so they can get to their destination safely. Now, for the very tip top of the naughty list, now just behind Right Wing Nut is the Rambler. We all know Rambler's part of Pappy's bomb squad. Oh. Yeah, we know them shenanigans he's pulling down there in New Orleans of the night. I'm surprised he's coming off that run. But maybe they're trying to run him out of there. You know, so, well, anyway. But the very top, the absolute top of the nice list has to be Chris for sponsoring this show all this time. Yes, Chris, we sure appreciate you. Steve, back on there. Well, that's all I've got, Steve, but I want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. And I'll see you next year, Steve.
Gilliclaws. There you go. All right, the naughty list. Well, at least I made it on the nice list, huh? All right, there's Larry checking in. Good morning. Heading to Southern California. Then it's back to Chicago. Hope everyone has a Merry Christmas. And hope Chicago's out of the deep freeze by the time you get to Chicago. Okay, anybody else? Good morning, Steve and Kevin the Cat. We've got 34 degrees in Fort Worth, Texas. Happy first day of winter and happy first day of Yule. All right, there you go. Thanks for being with us. And we've cleared out the phone lines. It's 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Industry headlines. Saw some photographs there along the southern border. The trucks lined up as far as the eye could see, waiting for inspections by the Texas State Troopers. The line started at the Sanitary Support of Entry and was backed up to Artcraft in the Upper Valley in El Paso. According to the local Fox affiliate, all trucks passing through the Sanitary Support of Entry were being diverted for inspection. Thus, the incredibly long lines. State troopers also seen pulling semi-trucks off the road for inspections. If you missed it, the announcement came down last week. The Texas Department of Public Safety was going to begin what they called frequent and random commercial vehicle inspections in an effort to deter human and drug smuggling. The department, the DPS has not confirmed whether that line this past day was due to the enhanced inspections, but I think it's pretty obvious that was the case. If you remember back in the summer, Governor Abbott there in Texas had implemented a similar regimen of inspecting all the trucks. I mean, he was fed up. We've got the drugs, we got the human smuggling that's just pouring across the border. But shortly after he implemented that, inspecting all the trucks, because we ended up seeing those kind of lines everywhere, hours and hours of waiting for drivers to get across the border. So he canceled that. I think it was only 3 or 4 days after he implemented it. It sounds like they're kind of, at least partially, going back to that. All right, the Arizona Department of Public Safety asking drivers to be mindful of your vehicle maintenance. Yeah, I guess this would fit in a DA of the Week nominee. Semi-driver who wasn't on 18 wheels, he was actually on 16 wheels. Yeah, they posted via their Facebook page. Anything missing here? The driver of this tractor trailer was stopped by troopers on westbound Interstate 10 in Goodyear for operating an 18-wheeler with only 16 wheels. Apparently, the driver actually knew it. The driver explained that he was hoping to make it to California to buy new tires. Nope, you're not going to make it like that. A trooper escorted him off the highway, citing the driver, placed him out of service. Whether you're driving a car, a truck, a motorcycle, keep our roadways safe this busy holiday season, maintaining your vehicle properly. Yes, said the State Patrol there. And the fact that he actually admitted to the officers that, yeah, I knew they were missing. I was just hoping to get to California. All right, and one other tidbit here from CDL Life this past day, and we're going to see a lot of this in the coming days as our big winter storm unfolds and the Arctic outbreak system, the system beginning that setup, moved into Oregon Tuesday morning. You saw some of those icy conditions, sleet and freezing rain, multiple crashes on Interstate 84, shutting things down in both directions. About 5:30 in the morning this past day, fire department reported a multi-vehicle crash, extremely icy conditions along I-84 at the time. County Sheriff's Office reported one fatality in a crash on eastbound 84 that involved multiple vehicles and semi-trucks. Of course, that was obviously shut down for a lengthy period of time. Not clear how many vehicles were involved in the crashes on 84. They did not at press time have those numbers available, but yeah, like I said, we're going to see a lot more of that here in the coming days. Sad but true. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, what are we looking at here? Hump Day. Hey, Mike. Hope your week's going well. Counting down to Christmas. We'll get more on our traveler's weather, which, in a word, it's going to be a nightmare. Nightmare traveler's weather for a large portion of the country. I'll get to that coming up here in a bit. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. How about this? In Alaska, interesting story I came across. A bush pilot in Seward, Alaska, has found an impressive 19 Yeti coolers thus far. Yeah, what do you mean thus far? Well, he's not stopping there. He wants more. Yeah, he found an impressive stash of the popular coolers, which I had no idea. Some of these things can cost over $700. Are you serious? A cooler? All right, must be something special about a Yeti cooler. I'm not really familiar with them, honestly, but he said, I'm still on the hunt for more. Apparently, a freight ship accidentally dropped cargo containers into the Pacific last year. Many luxury-branded coolers have been washing up on shorelines, apparently. Yeah, so people are scrambling to find them. Using ocean current data, scientists have determined that the 1,600 Yeti coolers that were lost at sea will continue to float for the next 30 years, they say. That's wild. There was an oceanographer that commented to the Wall Street Journal that long as the Yeti coolers remain in the water, they will continue to move about 7 miles per day due to the drift and the speed of the ocean. It's not just those high-end coolers that are washing ashore. Yeah, the tanker spill, or the cargo ship container spill, actually released toys, refrigerators, all kinds of goods that are now washing up along the beaches in the northwestern USA and coastal areas of Canada, they say. The Yeti coolers, 1,600 of them, are being transported on the Zim Kingston that was en route to South Korea. Unfortunately, bad weather caused about 100 cargo containers to fall into the Pacific Ocean. So those coolers are now making their way toward land with the promise of expensive coolers. A lot of beachcombers are visiting the beaches more often. Yeah, those Yeti coolers, they're out there. They're going to keep circling the world. But you'll be getting reports of people finding Yetis for the next 30 years, which is crazy. Yeah, the other items are considerably more difficult to remove from the ocean. Among the littering shorelines of garbage that's teeming with wildlife are inflatable toys, floor mats, baby oil, rubber boots. Apparently, this particular container ship based out of Greece caught fire from containers that were carrying combustible chemicals during a storm. Yeah, the ship turned onto its side before the fire started that unleashed 109 containers into the Pacific Ocean at the time. Canadian authorities have advised the crew of the ship, including the captain, to abandon ship. Yeah, the strong low-pressure system at times reaching hurricane force. Waves were up to 30 feet high. And, and this kind of stuff happens a whole lot more often than you might realize. I mean, I believe they say thousands of these containers get lost at sea every year as those big container ships get caught in bad weather. This particular ship was in a storm that was undergoing bombogenesis, rapidly intensifying, just like the storm that's about to move down and drop out of the Rockies today is going to undergo bombogenesis. All right, final hour coming up here, about a minute from the news break. And when we come back, all right, Horse Feathers brought up a little topic last evening. You're talking about the electric vehicles, and I mentioned what are the impacts on how far an electric vehicle can travel in these bitterly cold temperatures. And he brought up the fact, lithium-ion batteries are a bit different than your typical, like the car battery you've got under the hood in your car or truck. And wondering whether the cold weather has an impact on the electric vehicle batteries like they do on our typical car battery. In the coming days, car batteries are going to be dead all over the country, especially up in the northern tier when you get those 20 and 30 below temperatures, killing the batteries. Well, turns out, yes, cold weather does indeed affect your lithium-ion batteries. Cold weather slows the chemical and physical reactions that make batteries work, specifically conductivity and diffusivity. Longer charging times, reduced range in your electric vehicles. More on that coming up again in our final hour.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Julio Flores. The White House is formally asking the U.S. Supreme Court to deny efforts to keep Title 42 in place. However, it is also asking for a delay until next week if the request by multiple states to keep it in place is denied. The Trump-era public health rule allows border agents to expel any immigrant over COVID concerns. Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky is expected to make a trip to Washington, D.C. this week. Reports say that it could come Wednesday as Capitol Hill will be hosting Zelensky for a joint session of Congress. It'll be his first in-person visit to the U.S. since Russia invaded the Ukraine back in February. Indicted FTX founder Sam Bankman-Fried is agreeing to be extradited from the Bahamas to the United States. Paperwork has been filed with the court, with Bankman-Fried set to fly to the USA Wednesday. The 30-year-old was indicted last week on more than a half a dozen criminal counts, including fraud and conspiracy. At least 12 people are dead in Northern California after a large earthquake struck early yesterday morning. 11 others are reported injured. Damage assessment teams are still checking roadways, bridges, and other critical infrastructure. Wall Street is closing modestly higher after the closing bell. The Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 92 points to 32.848. The S&P 500 rose 4 points to 38.21. The Nasdaq added 1 point to 10.547. With fewer people looking for jobs, wage expectations are at a record high. A survey by the New York Federal Reserve shows the lowest wage Americans are willing to accept for a new job jumped to more than $76,600 in November. That's the highest reading ever, and it's an increase of nearly $800 from July. Airlines are issuing travel waivers ahead of the winter storm. Forecasters say it could make a mess of holiday travel this week. United Airlines, with headquarters in a major hub in Chicago, is offering inclement weather waivers to travelers in the Midwest, Texas, and the East Coast. This is USA News.
MyPillow is excited to bring you their biggest bedding sale ever, just in time for Christmas. Get the Giza Dream bed sheets for as low as $29.98. A set of pillowcases only $9.98. Rejuvenate your bed with a MyPillow mattress topper for as low as $99.99. They also have blankets in a variety of sizes, colors, and styles. They even have blankets for your pets. Get duvets, quilts, down comforters, body pillows, bolster pillows, and so much more, all with the biggest discounts ever. They're also extending their money-back guarantee for Christmas until March 1st, 2023, making them the perfect gifts for your friends, your family, and everyone you know. So go to MyPillow.com and use promo code USA or call 800-951-8175 and you'll get huge discounts on all MyPillow bedding products, including the Giza Dream bed sheets for as low as $29.98. And get all your shopping done now while quantities last.
Airlines are issuing travel waivers ahead of a winter storm. Forecasters say it could make a mess of holiday travel this week. United Airlines, with headquarters in a major hub in Chicago, is offering inclement weather waivers to travelers in the Midwest, Texas, and the East Coast. American Airlines, Delta, Southwest, JetBlue, and Alaska Airlines are also offering waivers for a number of flight paths and dates. Moscow police are investigating a white car located in Eugene, Oregon that might be the vehicle they were looking for in connection with the murders of 4 students. Police have reviewed 22,000 potential vehicles. They believe the people in the Hyundai Elantra might have information that's key to the case. Family members of the Uvalde shooting victim are furious after learning an undercover inspector was able to enter the elementary school without being challenged by anyone. The inspector reported entered Robb Elementary through an unlatched back door, similar to how the shooter entered the school in May before killing 19 children and 2 teachers. Families were informed during a meeting Monday that the inspector posed as an intruder at 3 Uvalde schools to evaluate security. The future of the Black Adam franchise is unknown, according to star Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. Johnson said that following a meeting with new DC Studios co-chief James Gunn, it was decided that Black Adam will not be included in the first chapter of the studio's plans. He added a statement on social media that DC and his production company will continue exploring most valuable ways Black Adam can be utilized in the future. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
My heart was racing just making spaghetti. I could have waited to tell my doctor, but I didn't wait.
I was short of breath just reading a book. I could have delayed telling my doctor, but I didn't wait.
They told their doctors and found out they have atrial fibrillation, a condition which makes it about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. If you have one or more of these symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness, this is no time to wait. Contact your doctor.
Brought to you by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
EDT Plus Winter Defense is scientifically proven to prevent fuel gelling and icing, reduce the fuel line freeze-ups down to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, improve cold starts, increase diesel fuel lubricity, and increase cetane for more power and better fuel economy. Improve performance and protect your truck from failure in cold temperatures with Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense.
Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Alrighty, my cue, get that final hour underway. Here we go. And Steve is on board. Good morning, Mr. Summers and all the listeners out there. Well, we're halfway through as we look forward to a relaxing holiday weekend. I've got the generator gassed up and the extra gas cans are full. In the event this winter weather shows its ugly face. Anyway, with a hot cup of coffee in the hand, time to head into town, see what the day brings us. Hopefully this one goes by quickly. Everybody enjoy the day. All right, hauling that trash there, in and around Columbus. I haven't heard from Steve there in Florida this morning. I wonder if he's still planning on heading up to Chicago this weekend. As he mentioned last evening, may not be able to get there. And I think he's 100% correct. It's looking more and more like you may not. The update from AccuWeather. Things may come to a grinding halt. And in Chicago, this storm has the potential, they're saying, to evolve into an all-out blizzard that's expected to become one of the worst in recent memory for the Windy City. Oh, boy. Now, I do not recall, because I was only 3 years old at the time, the 1967 blizzard, which is regarded as the worst snowstorm on record in Chicago, when 23 inches of snow fell, breaking the previous snow record for the city from back in 1930 by about 7 inches, or about 5 inches. But either way, during the event, snow coming down at 2 inches per hour at times, winds gusting to 53 miles per hour at Midway Airport, snow drifts up to 6 feet high, bringing the typically bustling city to a standstill as 20,000 cars and more than 1,000 buses were stranded on the roads. 60 people lost their lives in that storm. Now, the weather leading up to the January 67 blizzard was quite different from conditions that Chicagoans will experience this week. Ahead of this massive pre-Christmas storm. 2 days before the snow in 1967, the city had a high of like 65 degrees. At night, the mild weather persisted when temperatures only dropped into the mid-40s. Yeah, severe weather occurred during the evening of January the 24th. Wind damage, funnels reported there, tornadoes. In the latter part of this week, it's going to be a much different story unfolding for Chicago. This could be a blockbuster storm for the city. Highs will be back in the 20s and 30s through Thursday before the bottom really falls out at the end of the week and the blizzard conditions ensue. Worst of the storm for Chicago expected to be Thursday night through Friday. Whiteouts, blustery winds, wind chills 20 to 30 below zero. A lot of folks taking to social media, I guess moaning and complaining, airing their grievances about the impending storm. Snowstorm, Chicago, the same night as my flight to Vegas is slated to leave. Hope Mother Nature knows how to fight, because if my flight gets canceled, All right, so this is happening in a couple days, not just a winter storm, an actual blizzard, says another. My last blizzard was the Chicago snowpocalypse back in 2011. So I guess we're actually overdue for this. Yeah, stocking up on the wine, says another resident. That's what you need, right? The wine will keep you warm. Others say that most of the warm weather lovers are thinking a blizzard for Chicago. So, of course, my mind is turning, where can I take a sunny vacation? Last time a blizzard warning was issued by the National Weather Service Chicago office was November of 2018. They normally get one blizzard warning in any given season. But, going to be an ugly one coming up in Chicago. All right, is that, let's see, Scrapyard, I believe? Been a while since we heard from you. What's going on, Scrapyard?
Just making a return run almost to my home terminal. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, actually, you're kind of breaking up there.
Hold on just a moment.
See if he can take us off the speakerphone, maybe. You know what? Whatever he did, he ended up hanging it up. All right, so maybe he'll dial us back up. Bargain Hunter, what's happening?
Hey, how you doing, Steve? You know that Yeti cooler? Where'd you say that was at?
The washing ashore up in Alaska, they say.
Oh, okay, up in Alaska. Hey, I got one of them. Them things are the greatest. I use it for fishing and also when I'm camping. And you can put ice in there, and it literally stays in there for like 7 days and will not melt.
Wow.
Also, it's got a little bear thing on it also where it's bear-proof. The bears can't get in it. It's really, really thick, and even if you drop it in the water with the lid open and it fills up with water, that thing will not float or it will not sink at all. So the Yetis are pretty good. So for them to say 5 years, I think they'd be out there a lot longer than that because I don't think they're sinkable.
Well, they're saying that, as long as they're afloat, they'll be out there for 30 years, they said. 30 years.
Oh, 30. Oh, I can believe that. They're pricey, though. I had to get mine. Basically, I used my military discount and saved up for it because, when you go spend, mine was the smaller one. It was like close to $400. But when you spend $400 on a cooler, at least with me, I had to think twice about it. But I said, I bet this will be the last cooler I ever buy.
So, I mean, when I was reading the story and it said, I guess the larger ones, they said some of these darn things are like $700?
Correct. The really, really big ones that are like, it would basically take two people to carry it when it's loaded with ice.
Okay.
And they actually got wheels on them also that you can do it that way. They're pretty sturdy. And you can probably drop them off a cliff and nothing's going to happen to them. There's a couple scratches.
Okay.
And then with the lithium batteries, I've been checking about buying lithium batteries for my boat. I don't know if they're the same as a car, but the things I've been finding out about the lithium batteries is when you run them during the cold, they do deplete a little bit and they'll run. But the thing I'm reading up on mostly is you can't charge the lithium batteries in the cold. It
That-
said it will do something to the inside.
That's correct. Yep, absolutely. Sure will.
And that you have to heat the batteries up and
Mm-hmm.
warm up the batteries. So that's my dilemma right now because I still fish until the lake freezes. I'm out there in January if the lake doesn't freeze. And that's why I was debating on getting lithium batteries or not, because it makes it a lot different in the boat. But I don't know if those are the same batteries as cars. So I'm wondering how they're going to charge these batteries up if they are the same, if it actually ruins the inside of the battery. You get what I'm saying?
I'm assuming for people that can afford an electric vehicle, they probably have a garage that they would keep it in. I don't know. I mean, but if you don't have it kept in the garage, you are correct. You can't charge the darn things when it's below freezing. I'm like, that was part of the story. Let me jump right into that since you brought it up. Even though cold-related range effects, again, your range that your electric vehicle will go is impacted. Your battery should be above freezing before charging it. Most vehicles do have some sort of a temperature regulation in their battery management system that will prevent high voltage or fast charging if the battery's too cold. In general, if your vehicle is turned on or plugged in, energy will be drawn to keep the temperature in a healthy range. The two outliers for that would be the Nissan Leaf, which only has thermal regulation kick on when the temperature's below -4 degrees, and Tesla, which will activate thermal management even if the vehicle's off or not plugged in. Tesla's temperature regulation protects your battery health, but it can also cost you some range if the car is heating the battery while it's not plugged in. All right, but so they kind of go into the description, the physical process that scientists have observed in lithium-ion cells. The contemporary electric vehicles have battery management systems that should prevent any sort of long-term damage to the battery. But if you're in doubt, avoid the fast charge, supercharging, or high voltage charging when your battery's below freezing. Many vehicles also allow you to precondition your battery for charging by using the in-vehicle navigation system to go to a charger. But lithium plating is a metallic buildup at the negative battery node. In short, cold weather makes ions flow through battery cells more slowly, causing lithium to build up outside the node and turn into an inert metal. The metal disrupts the future flow of energy and uses up some of the lithium that's supposed to power the battery. In single-cell observations, this can lead to a decrease in power and a decrease in range. Now, they've got all kind of in-depth research and stuff in the story that they share. I won't bore you with all that, but at the top of the story says there's kind of a lot of misinformation about electric vehicles in cold weather, and they try to answer those questions. Some drivers fear the cold winter temperatures. Nearly all electric vehicle owners have questioned the effect of temperature on their vehicle. All right, if you're looking for a broad introduction to electric vehicles, which I'm not really interested at all, consider signing up for our Electric Vehicle 101 emails. Okay. But yes, cold weather can reduce your electric vehicle battery range. Some of this is due to science and the fact that cold slows down chemical reactions. Most of it seems to be a result of climate control in electric vehicles. AAA tested the range effects of 20-degree weather on several popular electric vehicles found that temperature alone could reduce the range 10 or 12%, while using the in-vehicle climate control could amplify your range loss to 40%. Now, when they're talking about the climate control, that's the heat. Yeah, you're going to get in your electric vehicle when it's 20 below and not turn the heat on. Yeah, all that heat is generated by sucking from the battery. So in these cold temperatures, range loss of up to 40%. And that's in 20-degree weather. What about 20 below? Good luck with that. It's 19 past the hour. We'll be back in 2, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
I got an email from Craig. He said, "Hey, Steve, I'm not hearing all the climate change, global warming nuts talking about what's about to hit us here." You think? Yeah, let's talk a little global warming right about now. We're going to have temperatures more akin to Siberia in parts of the lower 48. All right, let's get back to the calls here first, though. Steve, morning, Steve. What's happening?
Hey, Steve. Good morning. How you doing?
Are we still on for Chicago, or have you had second thoughts?
Well, I was yesterday morning when I got home, I was looking to see what United's policy was, and they are offering waivers, if you're traveling to any of these cities that are going to be impacted, like Chicago. What's interesting about United's app is they actually show you the plane that you're going to be traveling on, say from Jacksonville to Chicago, and they actually give you the flight history of that plane and where that plane is at any certain time, and where the aircraft is coming from to take you to your destination. Well, Steve, it turns out that the plane we're supposed to get on Saturday morning is actually supposed to fly out of Chicago on Friday at 5 in the afternoon.
Wow.
To Jacksonville, Florida.
Okay.
And I know that's not going to happen. That will not happen. So it's like, I don't think airlines keep planes around like rent-a-cars, where if a plane doesn't make it, they got another one in the hangar to,
right,
to accommodate. So
I really think our flight's going to be canceled anyway.
I mean, the way things are sounding, I mean, it sounds like literally like Chicago, the airport may actually completely shut down during the height of the storm.
Yeah, I would think so, Steve. They're talking 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, almost 40-mile-an-hour sustained winds. I don't know if you've ever been on an aircraft when the wind's blowing 30, 35 mile an hour up there. I mean, I flew in the Midway one winter, and it was so darn windy, it felt like the plane was going to break in half.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're just bouncing around like you're in a pinball machine. It's just, I don't think they're going to have the airport open. I really don't. But, yeah, I talked to my mom earlier this evening. She doesn't even want us to go. She's just like, stay home. But, I mean, I feel bad, not being with my grandkids and my kids and my family.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be tough. But, and then the other thing is, Steve, is once I get there, renting a car, I got to drive like an hour north of the city to get to my son's house. And who knows what the roads are going to be like with all the blowing snow and, sub-zero temperatures. The roads are going to be like ice.
Absolutely.
Everywhere.
Yep.
Because that treatment doesn't work when it's that cold. So it's going to be a disaster up there. It's too bad because they've had decent weather the whole month of December. And it just figures that, the weekend that everybody's traveling, especially to get out of Chicago. I mean, there are going to be a lot of people sleeping in that airport.
Mother Nature's way of saying Merry Christmas.
Yes, sir. But Steve, you know my feeling on those EVs, where they can stick them.
Right.
I mean, we've talked about this before. I mean, those things do more damage to the environment. We've read about, all the studies that they've done on the mining and what it takes to make one battery.
Correct.
It's all a big lie. That's all it is. It's a lie. It's a hoax. This whole climate thing, it's a joke. And I see these people driving these EVs, and I just shake my head. Like, do you know what it costs? The cost of the environment. Steve, have you ever seen a Tesla with those racks that you put on the back of your car on the tow hitch,
mm-hmm.
put like luggage in and coolers? Have you ever seen a Tesla with one of those?
Can't say that I have.
Well, I saw one the other day. The guy had one back there, and you know what he had on that thing? A generator.
Okay.
Isn't that something? A generator, a little generator on the back of the Tesla. I guess so he could charge his car if he needed to in an emergency. I mean, so what is he using in that generator? Fossil fuels.
Yes, sir.
It's all a joke. Speaking of a joke, Steve, I was listening to Laura Ingraham on the radio earlier tonight before your show, and they were going over about 5 or 6 items in that. What do they call it? The
omnibus. The omnibus spending bill. Yes.
Yeah. I call it the ridiculous spending bill. But anyway, there's millions and millions and millions of dollars, Steve, for all this transgender crap. Did you know that?
I know. I knew there was tons of pork in it, but I hadn't seen the breakdown of what all it is.
Well, that's probably a good word for it, Steve. Pork. But she was going over a lot of this stuff. There's transgender studies. There's transgender this, transgender that.
Wow.
Homes for the transgender, job training for transgender people. See, we're talking tens of millions of dollars here that we, the American taxpayer, oh, that's right, I can't use the word American anymore. We, as U.S. citizens,
yep,
that pay our taxes, I mean, we should have a right, Steve, to determine where our tax dollars go. We didn't sign up for this crap,
Well, that right comes on Election Day when you elect these, whatever you want to call them, these dumbasses to D.C. I didn't get back to that list of 21 Republicans that sold out and voted for this thing, but let me hold that thought. We pause there.
USA News Update. The former television anchor gets her long-sought opportunity to make her case to the judge this week during a 2-day trial scheduled to begin on Wednesday. She'll have a chance to inspect ballots, call witnesses, and introduce evidence in a bid to prove she was the rightful winner of the race, while Democratic Katie Hobbs won by just over 17,000 votes. Afghanistan's Taliban rulers on Tuesday banned female students from attending universities, effective immediately in the latest edict cracking down on women's rights and freedoms, despite initially promising a more moderate rule respecting rights for women and minorities. The Taliban have widely implemented their strict interpretation of Islamic law. They have banned girls from middle school and high school, restricted women from most employment, and ordered them to wear head-to-toe clothing in public. Women are also banned from parks and gyms. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
Paid for by government.com.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 50 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-888-201-7060, and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-888-201-7060. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-888-201-7060 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-888-201-7060.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little suggested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, a bunch of sellouts, right? 21 Republicans voted for that monstrosity, a.k.a. the omnibus loaded with pork spending bill. Yeah, and another almost $45 billion for Ukraine. Are you kidding me? Alphabetically, Republicans: Blunt, Bozeman, Capito, Collins. And no surprise there. Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski, they're always with the Democrats, right? John Cornyn of Texas, Cotton. Oh, Lindsey Graham, Grassley. Mitch McConnell, of course. Hyde Smith was on us. Hyde Smith is on there. Moran, I mentioned Murkowski. Portman, Romney, Rounds, Rubio, Shelby, Thune, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. 21 Republicans that went along with, again, the pork-laden monstrosity of an omnibus spending bill. Rather than putting things off and maybe proposing a resolution to continue government funding like they have over the past week, on into January, when we could pull some of the crap out of the bill. But if I had to wager a guess, I would venture that many of those 21 Republicans had a little piece of pork in the bill for their jurisdictions. Their personal wish lists this Christmas. That's the name of the game in D.C. All right, good morning, Mr. Summers and Hot Shot Secret Nation Coffee Up. Happy Hump Day. We're still at a mild 25 in Indiana, Ohio, Michigan. Single digits won't be here, looks like, till maybe Friday. Shall be interesting. Yeah, we'll see how this upcoming storm tracks. Tomorrow, that's going to be the last day before the big Christmas break for me. So everyone, be safe out there. Be smart as I get ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights, Michigan. Have a great week, everyone. We're down to 4 days till the fat man makes his rounds. 11 days till the new year. All right, Semper Fi. Good morning, Truck and Phil. Could it be, might it be actually Thomasina Turkey?
Well, good morning, Steve. This is Thomasina Turkey. I'm out of the turkey spittle. You know, old Doc, he ran over me a while back.
I heard you had a little accident there, Thomasina. You all set for Christmas? Gobble gobble.
Oh, gobble gobble gobble. I'm all set, Steve. I'm looking for Tom. I think he's down the ways in another pen down here, but I don't understand it. They keep feeding Tom a lot of food and don't feed me that much. I don't know why they keep feeding him so much, Steve. It's puzzling to me.
You got to get him. Well, they're getting him fattened up, Thomasina. Do you need me to explain that? To get him all fattened up.
Well, I think our governor of Georgia, what's her name, Stacey Abrams?
Yeah.
Isn't that our governor of Georgia?
Okay.
That's what she said anyway. She said she was the governor. I think she was going to pardon him, but I haven't heard from her. So I don't know what happened to Stacey. So I'm kind of worried about it, Steve. I don't mean Joe Biden. He pardoned 2 more turkeys this year. I think Joe Biden is really one of those transgender turkeys himself.
He's a turkey, all right. Well, are you ready to celebrate Christmas, Thomasina?
Oh, we're all ready, Steve. We're all ready. If that mean old Doc don't run over me again. But he's got me in the pen with Lily the pig.
Yeah?
Yes, and that pig just keeps chasing me around the pen. I don't know why, but I'm fixing to pick his eyes out if he don't quit. See there, Steve? He's after me again.
I hear that.
There he comes.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, Lily the pig. I think it's a female pig, but I'm not sure. Anymore, you don't know the female from the male.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's claimed his pronoun or her pronoun or not. What would the pronoun be for Lily the pig? Would it be pig?
That's a good question, Thomasina. I assume, yeah, a pig is a pig, last I checked.
And they going to let the pig in the house when it gets cold. I hope they let me in, Steve. Because I don't want to freeze my turkey buns off.
It's going to be mighty cold out there. Yes, it is, Thomasina. Come on in. Warm up.
It is, Steve. Well, I guess I'll go, and I'll try to stay warm, and gobble, gobble, gobble. Christmas to you, Steve.
Yeah, right back at you. Thomasina turkey. It's been a while since we heard from Thomasina. All right, 'tis the season to be charitable. And the Owner-Operator Independent Driver Association teamed up with Elite Comics to deliver thousands of dollars worth of toys to Children's Mercy Hospital in Kansas City. Shoppers who on the evening of December the 19th, a couple nights ago, visited the Target store in Mission, Kansas, might have been kind of surprised to see Oweida's tour truck, the spirit of the American trucker, and Chewbacca. Yeah, based in the Kansas City area, the comic book store Elite Comics gathered volunteers to dress like superheroes to do some holiday shopping. It's an event that Elite Comics owner's been doing for 11 years now. William Bindrup collects money throughout the year, raffles, exclusive books, celebrity appearances in his store, ways that he collects funds. He tries to raise $1,000 for each year he's been in business, which is now 11 years. This year he surpassed that mark by raising more than $30,000 with the toy drive. But in true comic book fashion, gathers up the volunteers dressing like superheroes to do the shopping. This year, shopping were Superwoman, Wolverine, some of the Star Wars characters, including Chewbacca. But over the 11 years, Elite Comics has raised more than $200,000 for Children's Mercy Hospital's Snowflake Shop, as it's called, which allows parents and caregivers to select gifts for children in the hospital and their family members at no cost, all without having to leave the building. All those toys, well, they had to get to Children's Mercy Hospital. That's where Oweida stepped in. Marty Ellis, skipper of the tour trailer, arrived at the Target with an empty trailer. And as the shopping was wrapping up one by one, all the superheroes and the volunteers loaded up the trailer with bags of toys, which ultimately made it to the Snowflake Shop there at Children's Mercy Hospital. 'Tis the season to be charitable. All right, somebody got a nap in, I think, there at some point.
Yeah, hello?
Hey, Eagle. Welcome back.
Yeah, I fell asleep when I was on hold. Yeah, a couple other things to talk about, Steve, before you go off the air. Yeah, Steve, I told you earlier that loser from Ukraine was going to be at the White House tomorrow. Well, today, asking for more money. The money should come to an end, Steve. I don't know. If Joe Biden's going to continue giving this guy money, I believe that there's another alternative to this. I don't think that Joe Biden is giving this man money for war. I believe something down and dirty is going on with him and Joe Biden. Somebody needs to put a stop to it, overrule Joe Biden, because we got problems here in America, Steve. We got problems here in America that we need to solve with that money, and it needs to come to a stop, or either this guy here needs to prove what he's doing with this money, Steve. We need to see what this money is going to. And, you know, I always say since Donald Trump left the White House, Steve, you know what my old saying is if Donald Trump was in the White House, you better believe he wouldn't be giving that guy money. I guarantee you that. The money would have come to a stop a long time ago if Trump was the president right now. So that's one thing Ukrainian president got going for him, is that Biden is a whole lot different from Trump.
Yeah.
But you know something, Steve, like after I looked at something else on the border after I hung up with you, you corrected me on that, but it might not be a correction because you said that they're not enforcing. I told you that the U.S. government is not enforcing Title 42. Well, they're not. Greg Abbott is enforcing it, Steve. Greg Abbott is the one who put the Texas State Troopers down there, the National Guard. Those people weren't sent there by Joe Biden. If it was up to Joe Biden, that border would still be like it was a couple of days ago, Steve, with people walking across and walking right into the USA. Joe Biden has nothing to do with the National Guard being down there. And it's really a shame. I told you that earlier, that Biden has not even made contact with the Texas governor, Steve. The governor said that just the other day, that he hasn't had no kind of contact with the U.S. People trying to get some help down in Texas and close this thing off. So, like I told you, Steve, it's like a blessing from God. I thank Greg Abbott. I thank the man for doing his job, because he could turn his back on the situation like everybody else and just let these people come on in. But this man actually cares about America. You know, that's another man people need to take a look at, Steve. If things don't work out with the man down there in Florida for president, Greg Abbott is also available too, Steve, to try to be and run for president. So we do have other candidates out there besides Donald Trump if he decides to drop out or whatever happens with Trump. People in America, don't forget about Greg Abbott, because he's a great American. He wants to save America, and he wants to stop this influx of illegals into America. And like I said, I'll say this one more time. I want to thank Greg Abbott for doing his job, and I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
All right, Eagle, thank you so much. Have a good morning. We'll probably chat again between now and the end of the week. I know I think he's out there. He said he's going to be rolling up till Christmas, taking care of business. Let me see quickly, right up that alley. On that subject, there was a training video, immigration and customs enforcement training video that Fox News Digital got a copy of, that reveals since the summer of 2021, last summer, border officials have lost track of more than 150,000 illegals that were allowed into the country without proper processing. Could be anybody. ICE officials discussing how the Biden administration's no processing immigration policy has led to several challenges for the border agencies, including locating hundreds of thousands of immigrants that were released without charging documents, as they call that. You know, the documents where you're supposed to appear before an immigration judge. Yeah, nothing. The training videos, which were recorded from November of 2021 to February of this year, released as part of discovery in ongoing litigation brought against the Department of Homeland Security and other border agencies by Florida's Attorney General. It says border officials started releasing migrants into the interior of the U.S. without processing formal charging documents, which are typically required. They are used to set up court dates for the migrants to appear before the immigration judges. Instead of receiving their documentation, migrants were simply given directions to find and report to an ICE official. Well, lo and behold, the more than 150,000 haven't showed up. Surprise, surprise. Since March of 21, CBP, Customs Border Protection, has been releasing non-citizens on prosecutorial discretion or humanitarian parole, directing them to report to the nearest ICE office where they intend to reside. Operation Horizon launched November of last year to try and locate migrants who have not reported to ICE, to send them their official charging documents via mail. Since the relaxed policy did not require the agency to obtain any identifying information on the migrants, guess what? ICE can't find them. Operation Horizon. The background, on this, over the summer, we had over 150,000 folks come in. According to one ICE official, they were issued a piece of paper that said, go find somebody in ICE. And that was pretty much it. There was no processing. I know this isn't something you guys ask for, and I can assure you no one in the criminal alien program asked for it either. But now they've got the job of trying to go out there and find them. Don't even know who they are. Here you go. Welcome to America. And we return into...
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All righty, Scarecrow on board. What's happening, Scarecrow? Good morning.
Well, this is getting to be a habit there, man, of sneaking in on the tail end like this.
I noticed that.
Appreciate you squeezing me in there, though. I have to believe now my call marks the third cog in the Honda Civic Triad there. I think, if I remember right, Rambler, he was quite the name dropper earlier in the program there. Man, he dropped off 6, maybe 8 different program participants there in about a 30-second rambling there. Oh, that's a play on words, ain't it?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. Rambling from the Rambler. But anyway, those guys, they got the high mileage units. They got the high... Either way, I have bragging rights for the low mile unit. That 24-year-old Jitney only has 147 on the ticker, and of course it's been at 147 for the last 8 years, so I don't know where we're sitting there. Steve, maybe I misunderstood a couple of weeks back. I think I heard it on this program. It might have been elsewhere. wasn't that stated that those seeking asylum from a given country are to proceed to an adjoining country to that particular country they're trying to escape from? Now, we know that we've got a considerable number of those down at the border there that are not from New Mexico by any means.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it's coming in out of Guatemala, Nicaragua. I mean, technically, they're supposed to be seeking asylum in Mexico. But no, I mean, Mexico doesn't give them all the goodies, the freebies. Come on. You got to get to the USA.
Well, somebody just needs to explain that to them. I'm sure if they heard that this is improper coming to the U.S. border, they'll about face and want to do the proper thing and such. But I thought I had heard something to that effect. This incoming weather, the Chicago area, Steve, is that primarily the wind and temperature, or are they kind of on the snow band also?
They're going to get snow as well. I mean, they got right now they're technically under a winter storm watch, which I'm thinking probably later today it'll be bumped up. I mean, what I'm seeing right now, I believe, this includes Chicago, like 2 to 5 inches, winds 50 plus miles per hour, so 25 to 35 below wind chills.
Okay. Yeah, I know. I think my son was misled yesterday when somebody showed him an 18-inch potential for Milwaukee area. I don't see that happening. Chuck, he ain't but 45 minutes southwest of there, and his forecast is 3 inches now. But I did speak to an acquaintance of mine up in the UP of Michigan. He's about an hour southwest or south of. Either way, he's up in his area that. They're talking maybe 24 inches at his place. I think he's about an hour south of Marquette. Now, they tend to get a lot of lake effect up in there, but in Big Bay, which is pretty much due north of him, west of Marquette, they're talking maybe 3 feet up there with 60-mile-an-hour winds. That should make for quite the adventurous Christmas up there.
Yeah.
But Steve, I'm going to jump the gun here and wish you and your family the merriest of Merry Christmases tonight. I'm scheduled to run tomorrow night, but my kind of thoughts are, given the weather for Thursday, I'm kind of wondering if the company is going to want our day guys out there peddling this freight. About 90% of our material is offloaded outdoors, and with that wind and such, fighting the cold, stiff tarps and all, it wouldn't surprise me if my run was called off tomorrow night. But if I do run, you'll get a double whammy of me perhaps on the Christmas wish list here. And so either way, Steve, that's really all I wanted to lay on you. As I say, I hope the holidays come and go in fine fashion for you, and maybe we'll end up swapping lives again tomorrow night yet.
All right, we shall see. We'll have to, what do they call that? We'll play it by ear. Yeah, because, today this monster storm really gets, underway. Intensification begins. And then, of course, by Thursday, Friday, all bets are off. Look out. What do we got coming our way? Well, when we come back at the midnight hour, we'll share with you all the very latest right here.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me you go. And I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.